it done.
Wow, so I got put on serious, they thought it'd be serious.
I don't know if it's even just
Yeah. Good luck.
fix
Hey.
fix it.
Wow.
It is a special and regular meeting of the Hollister City Council on April 2nd, 2024. Meeting is now called to order. It is 5 p.m. City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Morales. Here. Councilmember Resendez. Sorry, Vice Mayor Resendez.
Here.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Burns
Here.
and Mayor Casey. Here. Thank you. I'd also like to report that the agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister special and regular meeting of April 2nd, 2024 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on March 28th, 2024 at 5:05 p.m. for Government Code Section 54954.2. Thank you.
City Clerk, are there any public comments on closed session?
Mayor Casey, there are no public comments for any of the closed session items. Thank you.
City Attorney, could you please announce the closed session items?
Yes, Mayor. 1, threat to public services or facilities, consideration of tactical response plan, government code section 54957, consultation with police chief Carlos Reynoso regarding motorcycle rally. Item 2, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to government code section 54957.6. Agency designated representatives, city manager David Maroney, and administrative services director Casey Esparga. Employee organizations, Service Employees International Union, FCIU, Local 521, Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU, Local 3395, Hollister Peace Officer Association, HPOA, and unrepresented employees and classifications designated as executive management. 3, conference with legal counsel liability claims, government code 65956.5 claimants. J.M. Supermarkets Inc. Agency claimed against City of Hollister.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn to closed session? So, is there a second? Okay. All those in favor?
Yeah. Yeah.
Motion carries 5-0.
Players. All together, all.
There's a total of 25, I think it's just gonna be us, 9.
I got some news for your players. No.
Public comment?
Convene a joint meeting of the Hollister City Council and successor agency, the Hollister Redevelopment Agency. Meeting is now called to order. It is 6:30 p.m. Vice Mayor, is that is, we could be this in the pledge.
Ready, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Attorney, do we have any reportable action from closed session?
No, either by mayor and council.
Okay, we're gonna move on to special orders for the day. First, we're gonna be recognizing March 8th, 2024 as International Women's Day.
I'm honored to read the proclamation. I'd like to have all the women, don't make me call your name down, to come up in front to accept. We have 2 proclamations. It's Monica, Jennifer, Mayor Mia, Casey, Captain, Rosie. I know you're back there. Oh, you, sorry. There's few in the back. Would you like to come?
All females are welcome to come up here. There you go.
So it is my honor to read the proclamation recognizing March 8, 2024 as Women's International Day. Whereas in 2011, International Women's Day was first celebrated in Europe and is now celebrated throughout the world. And whereas International Women's Day is celebrated globally on March 8th by those who believe in gender equality and who seek to improve the lives of all women through cultural, legal, economic, and social change. And whereas International Women's Day provides an opportunity to recognize the progress made to advance women's rights, to celebrate the gains made by women in our society, and reflect on the challenges and barriers that women continue to face. And whereas women have made an extraordinary contribution to our country and world and continue to be a source of strength and leadership in our community. And whereas on this day, women can celebrate the progress that has been made, but also contemplate on those areas of women's lives where there's still more work to be done. And whereas Women's International Day celebrates the collective power of women, pays tribute to their achievements, and recognizes the remaining challenges to further efforts for women's rights and gender equality, encouraging and mobilizing all people to contribute for positive change. And now, therefore, I, Dolores Morales, City Council member, do hereby recognize March 8, 2024 as Women's International Day in appreciation of the many achievements of the women in the city of Hollister and those across this nation and the world. And one more. And always tribute to our future. Declaring the month of March 2024 as Women's History Month in the city of Hollister. Whereas Women's History Month is a celebration of women's contributions to history, culture, and society, and has been observed annually in the month of March in the United States since 1987. And whereas in the month of March, we take the time to celebrate the accomplishments and the countless ways women of every race, class, and ethnic background have strengthened and contributed to the fabric of the nation, and acknowledge that we all benefit from the leadership and contributions of women in education, medicine, government, law, business, military service, and every other field. And whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist emancipation, industrial labor, civil rights, and peace movements, which have created a more fair and just society for all. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of women have consistently been overlooked and undervalued in the literature, leadership, teaching, and the study of American history, it is therefore fitting that we recognize their numerous accomplishments. And whereas in the city of Hollister, we have a long history of female leaderships in different roles, including mayors, city council members, county supervisors, superintendents, school board members, CEOs, and more. I'd like to present this to you. We're very happy and honored to have you all here representing the many aspects of our life. Thank you. Can I have you?
For the soccer, right?
This is our proclamation congratulating the city of Hollister, Baylor's boys soccer team.
No.
Oh,
That's the
sorry.
next row, the next
Next
row.
row, sorry. Gentlemen, would you like to come up?
One up.
So this proclamation is congratulating the city of Hollister's Halo soccer team on their exceptional season. You want to say something? Yeah. Great. Right, whereas the Hollister boys soccer team went on an amazing playoff run and captured the school's first ever boys soccer Central Coast Section Championship. And whereas the Baylors won the Division II title, and so did at number 8 seed, upending host and number 1 seed Westmont 3-2 in overtime, and outplaying landed Sierra on the West athletically 2-1 in San Mateo. Hollister also shut down a strong number 3 seed Los Gatos side 2-0 on their way to the title. And whereas the CCS title, the Baylor boys continue to play in the Northern California District 3 playoffs. They finished the season with a 12-10-2 record. In the Pacific Coast Athletic League Gabion Division, the Baylors claimed 3rd place with a 6-5-1 mark. And now therefore, I, Dolores Morales, City Council member, on behalf of the entire City Council, will be hereby recognize and congratulate the Hollister boys soccer team on their historic season.
Good evening, everyone. I have one more gift for the team here. Good evening, City Council, community. My name is Andres Rodriguez, representing the Office of Assemblymember Robert Rivas, Speaker Rivas, and being a Baylor and myself, as Speaker being a Baylor, we couldn't pass up on the opportunity to recognize this historic win there for CCS. It's a big deal for our community. So I'll be providing these here afterwards, but just so you see certificate of recognition in honor of winning the 2024 Central Coast Section Championship on behalf of the 29th Assembly District and the California State Assembly. Congratulations on this historic achievement for Hollister High School and the local community. We wish you all success in your future professional, academic, and athletic endeavors. So thank you so much for representing Hollister. Thanks.
We're gonna get a picture together. Picture time.
So we have one more, recognition of Jared Thomas DeWitt by the California Highway Patrol. Did you know?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I have the pleasure of asking our new CHP Hollister Gilroy Commander, Captain Cody, along with California Highway Patrol Public Information Officer Alfredo Uribe, to join us along with JT DeWitt. And I'm going to pass it over to Captain Cody.
Good evening, council. Good evening, everyone. On the evening of February 25th of this year, Mr. Jared DeWitt, standing next to me now, witnessed a single vehicle rollover crash ahead of him that resulted in minor to moderate injuries to the vehicle's occupants. Without hesitation, Mr. DeWitt stopped in a safe location, exited his vehicle, and provided aid to those involved, which included assisting some occupants extricate themselves from the overturned vehicle. Once all the vehicle's occupants were safely away from the wreckage, Mr. DeWitt called 911 to report the crash and request assistance. Mr. DeWitt subsequently remained on scene until emergency services arrived. The CHP Hollister Gilroy area would like to thank Mr. DeWitt for stopping and rendering aid rather than passing by the crash scene without action. Please accept this coin as gratitude for your actions and a reminder of your service to the community.
Good job. Good job, bro.
Before we move on to public input, we'll just have a little script to read. I need to address the manner and decorum of our meetings and issue a warning in this regard. Meetings must be in an orderly and efficient manner without willful disruption so that the business of the city can be conducted. While the council is more than willing to listen to comments from the public, this must be done at the appropriate time and should be done up at the podium with the microphone so that your words can be heard and recorded properly as part of the meeting. There cannot be interruptions when council members are speaking or audience members calling names, chanting, or yelling out. If you do so, a warning will be issued to you, and if the behavior continues, you may be asked to leave the chambers. If there's too much disruption from members in the audience, depending on severity, it may be necessary to call a recess, clear chambers, or even cancel the meeting. I'd like to ask your courtesy and cooperation in this regard so that it won't be necessary to take any of these steps. Thank you. All right, let's move on to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls the name, please come to the podium to state your name on the scene for the record and speak to the city council. If you're joining us via Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us via Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any items not on the agenda. City clerk, how many public comments do we have?
Mayor Casey, we currently have 8 speakers.
8 speakers. I think we're going to close public comment in a few minutes. So if you are intending to speak, please submit your cards now. I think we're going to limit it to 2 minutes since we're getting close to the 10 people, because we want to keep it every 30 minutes. All right, so who's our first speaker?
The first speaker is Elvira Zaragoza Robinson, followed by Ethan Allen Dupree. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone forward, closer to you, because it got moved. Thank you so much.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you for a few minutes. My name is Elvira Zaragoza Robinson. I've been a resident of this county for over 35 years. I've been a lawyer for over 40 years here on the Gavilan board, over 20 years, and very involved in our community. But I'm here representing our organization, which is the Indigenous Nations Diversity Network. It's a nonprofit. The status is pending. Our fiscal sponsor is the Youth Alliance, and I'm asking for your support, for financial support. This year, we're going to be having our second Native gathering. Last year, we had our first at the high school. And Sean Tannenbaum was gracious enough to allow us to use the facilities there. We had a successful event with numerous tribes and arts and crafts. And we're going to have our second one September 7th and 8th at Bellado Park. And our mission is to educate, preserve, promote, uplift, and celebrate Indigenous culture, art, history, languages, traditions, and beliefs. And so we intend to exhibit all that at our event, and we're asking for your support. I've talked to our mayor about this, and she's pledged support, financial, I hope. And so I'm going to turn the mic over to Ethan.
The next speaker is Ethan Allen Dupree, followed by Zeke Lopez.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ethan Allen Dupree, and I'm a current resident, and I don't intend to move of Hollister. I've lived here since 1985, and I'm from South Dakota. I'm a Lakota native from Shiner Sioux Tribe in South Dakota's reservation. I've lived here for 35 years with no powwows or in the area except for Casa de Fruta, but the one that happened at the high school was a good start, and we're hoping that the council and the city will recognize that the culture that we represent is important, and that you'll support what we do through any resources that you have available, be it funds or volunteers or whatever else, because this is going to be our only our second time that we're doing this, so we can use any help we can get. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
And also, we come with a lot of experience.
Sorry, you can't speak again.
Oh,
Yeah, you just get the two.
oh, you only got that. Okay.
I got it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us. Have a good evening.
The next public speaker is Zeke Lopez, followed by Elias Lewis.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Zeke Lopez. I'm with I run the Bulldog Boxing Gym here in town, but I'm not here for that today. Today I'm here to help these kids out here that ride their bikes out in the streets here and try to enjoy themselves while other people try to run them over. Last week we had a bad, something happened and it got to me. We had officers pull over four of these kids. And one of the kids, because he was given his name, he wanted to call his dad, was slammed to the ground, put his knee on his head and arrested him. This is ridiculous. Over a bicycle. We have to do something for these kids. I'm telling you, there's not enough bike lanes here. There's not enough. We have a skateboard park, which is great. And we have all these dog parks. I mean, what are we doing with so many dog parks? They're not gonna run our city, are they? We need to do something for these kids because they're our future, not our dogs. So I'm just saying here that something has to be done for these kids before something worse than what happens. And I sure hope, Chief, that you can look into this with your officer because it was terrible. It was really terrible. How do you have an officer slam a 14-year-old kid on the ground, put his knee on his neck, and then throw him in the car and say he was resisting?
That's BS. And then charging $600 for a bicycle in Powell. It's unreal. I grew up in this town. I grew up through this whole, I saw a lot of stuff when I was a kid. Yes, I wasn't a good kid, okay, so whatever. But I saw all the crookedness that went on. From the police department all the way up to the judges. And I saw it. And I thought we were getting better. This is what I'm working for. I try to get these kids to understand what the police department is about. The sheriff's department is with us. They come in, some of the guys come in and help these kids. And I love it. That's what we need more of. Okay? I'm sorry, but that's my thing.
The next public speaker is Hollister, to be followed by John Vogel.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I am here to request that sometime soon, very soon, you put onto an agenda item, the John Smith Rural Landfill, as to what the city will be doing. I think you should be proactive instead of reactive before the EPA comes and tells you that class 1 cell 1 needs to be cleaned up. It is the responsibility of the city of Hollister, and maybe you need to do some research, and it needs to be brought up before, again, like I said, in on an agenda item, so that the public can know what is the outcome and what it's going to cost for that cell 1, class 1 cell to be removed or cleaned up. As you are aware, you had a reduction of the campaign fundraising, and I would like to see an agenda item to go back to what the fundraising, increasing back to the reporting limits. I think it's time consuming, it's tedious, and it's just really ridiculous to have to report $1. And I would hope that you all would reconsider bringing that back and increasing that. There is more to the story of what we just heard with regards to what happened to the young man. And I'm sure that it'll be looked into, but I would encourage the chief and his captain to actually, and there are law enforcement out there, local members right now that would like to contribute and volunteer with the kids so they can see what it is about, that they can work on one-on-one. And as a Native American from the Apache Lipan, I would encourage you all to support Evita's endeavor for the fall. Thank you.
The next public speaker is John Vogel, followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Mayor, council representatives, and city representatives, and the citizens of Hollister. I've been moved a little bit about this discussion about the kids on the bikes. Living on Santa Anita Street, I do see these kids on their bikes pretty regularly, pretty large groups of them, sometimes 15, 20, maybe more. And I've seen them in other places besides in front of my house. These kids are completely disregarding traffic rules, riding their bikes down the streets on wheelies and stuff. And as I'm trying to sometimes maybe drive down the street behind them, I'm really scared that one of them's going to fall off the bike and I'm going to run the poor little kid over. So these kids also need to learn how to respect the laws and the traffic laws and pedestrian laws as they ride their bikes around town. So maybe there's something that we can do between the police department and the children of Hollister to create a better environment for them so that we all get along a little bit better. My purpose for being here actually this evening was to talk a little bit about my personal situation. I live in a house built in 1906 on Santa Anita Street. Somewhere after the house was built, the house was, a driveway was added in my front yard. That's 2 little strips of concrete. Somewhere along the way, my neighbor decided they needed a fence, which is up against those 2 little strips. And so when I get out of my car, I can't open the door because the fence is in the way. I'm trying to hire a contractor to modify my driveway and make it a couple of feet wider, fill in the gap in the middle so my car's not under in the mud. And I have a little issue with the building department thinking that I need to have a building permit or an encroachment permit that I need to pay for because part of my driveway is on city property that where it touches the street. And so I asked the city council if you guys would please consider figuring out how to waive that building permit so I can fix my driveway. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, followed by John Mark.
Good afternoon, Hollister City Council. Just kind of here to talk about the broader picture, affordable housing. We definitely need affordable housing. I want to push the city council in a direction to maybe write a letter of understanding to the state of California, federal government, but just some interesting statistics. So in 1994, when HUD, we had the largest public housing stock in 1994. Since 1994 to 2018 and 20, could be wrong on that part. We've lost about 30% of our public housing stock, and that has not been added. So one thing we need to address is how much of that is in City of Hollister. So obviously that was broad, sort of federal government, 30%, that's nationwide. How much of that is here? Have we lost 10% of our HUD stock? Have we lost 15%? Because those numbers are important. Secondly, the narrative that local governments are responsible for housing, socioeconomically disadvantaged individuals, that narrative needs to stop. When we eliminated redevelopment agencies, redevelopment was a powerful tool to get affordable housing built. That's gone. And I don't see Robert Rivas here talking about it. I don't see any of our state elected officials taking responsibility, but the state has a major responsibility in the manufacture of affordable housing. So thank you.
Thank you. The next public speaker is John R. to be followed by Bridget Bauman-Thorpe.
Good evening, council. Pretty short statement tonight on the general comments, and it's more of a cautionary statement. From a political standpoint, and in my opinion, one of the greatest enemies of integrity compromise politicians is an educated public. We are seeing evidence of this taking place in real time. So when you go home and your day quiets down after a long day of work, and you start thinking about things, take what I say to heart, because it's really important to the community. And with each day that passes, they are gaining knowledge. So why not? Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bridget Bauman-Thorpe.
Hi, good evening, the KC City Council members. I'm here as co-chair from Don't Dump on San Benito, and I am here to let you know we won. Don't Dump on San Benito, we won the fight against the huge corporation Waste Connection. San Benito County, the city of Hollister will not have a mega dump right now. You will not have trash trucks coming on Highway 25 to your city, through your city. So, Waste Connection thought it was really profitable to expand the landfill 5 times and hauling garbage approximately 2,000 tons a day for the next 50 years. That's 361 days out of the year where trash trucks would have come through your city on LN 25. You prevented that. And by the way, I heard so many people talking about Milpitas, the smell in Milpitas. This would have happened here, right here in San Diego County, would have smelled. This could have been San Diego County's future. Now it's the time to look for better solution. There's 12 years left of the landfill space. Our leaders, you the city, you need to start a fight for us. Reduce, reuse, recycle, rethink. And just work on recycling. And every one of us actually has to recycle right now. to preserve landfill space. And my first proposal is to start with an ordinance to remove plastic bags from stores. I talked to cashier. One cashier within 8 hours, she gives out 1,000 plastic bags that are will be forever in a landfill. Just one cashier and one shift. And I also wanted to know, want people to know how, sorry, maybe run out of time.
Those are all the public speakers.
Okay. And we go on to our consent agenda. Do any members of council have a brief question or comment regarding the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, please go ahead.
thank you. If I can, I'm gonna pull item 85 and 86, please.
I'd like to pull a second. All right, so if, I can go a motion to adopt the consent agenda with the exception of items 5, 6, and 7.
So
Second.
Mayor Casey, do you want all of the public comments for the consent agenda items now? Or they are for items that were
Okay,
the two that we have,
so
so
it's for, let's do that when we go.
okay, wanted to confirm, thank you.
Okay, we don't have any general, okay, thank you. All right, all those in favor?
Yeah.
Yes. All right, motion carries 5-0. Let's move to item 5, which is ordinance number 1228, an ordinance of the City of Council, City of Hollister approving the third amendment to the development agreement by and between City of Hollister and development known as West Fairview for the partial assignment of the development agreement to Eden Housing and Moses Street investors. City Clerk?
So this is just the second reading of the ordinance that was heard by council at the previous meeting on March 18th. This is typically how we bring forward ordinances after they've had their public hearing, we put them on consent for the second hearing, for the second reading.
Okay, do you have any questions from council?
I do have some questions if I may.
Yes, that's perfect.
Thank you. So last time the item was presented, we saw that there was a reduction in CFD 4, CFD 5. CFD 4 is for lighting, landscape, and roads. Can you explain to the public how much the reduction was?
And I do want to point out, I have Eva Kelly, our acting development services director, available on Zoom as well.
Okay.
And a representative from Eden Housing as well.
I think my questions are pretty general. I don't mind you answering them or them, either way. I just want to be real clear with the public.
Okay, so to tie back to that, that was an item that was voted on at the last meeting.
Yeah.
And this agenda item references that as a placeholder in that item. So this item was approved at the last meeting, comes back for a second reading and points to what was approved as another item via resolution. So to make that connection there. I will pull, we had as we had a reduction on the CFD side of CFD 4, and that was reduced to 0. And as for what can be provided in CFD 4,
I think
yes.
I just want to go over the numbers if that's okay. So it's reduced to 0. And what would the number have been if it wasn't reduced to 0?
So that number would have been, forgive me why I gather that here. So CFD 4 would have been $1,176.78. CFD 5 would have been $758.16, which totals $1,934.34. CFD 4, which was reduced to 0. CFD 5 was reduced to $400 with a 3.5% inflationary adjuster each or element each year.
Okay, and CFD 4, just for clarity, is for police and fire. Is that not correct?
That would be CFD 5.
Sorry, CFD 5. All right, so we've got CFD 4 at 0, CFD 5 reducted from, I think it was 1,000
4,000 to 400.
The CFD four went from $1,176.78.
And then we're gonna do a 3.5 inflator for 55 years, and what is the total cost of that reduction?
So if you were to make an assumption of 55 years at 3.5%, that's roughly about $24.7 million if you were to add up the difference and compare the 3.5% of what it would be and run that out 55 years versus the 3.5%, like what that reduction was out 3.5 years.
Very well. Out of the 100 apartment units, how many of them are Section 8?
So I'm going to ask Eva to chime in. I know that we had an update right before we went in and right around 48, so I'd like to confirm that one.
Thank you. Good evening. The applicant Weija is online as well. None of them are restricted Section 8. They're just restricted income. I do believe that Eden accepts Section 8 vouchers and has received project-based Section 8 vouchers. I don't know the number of units that will receive those Section 8 vouchers for the project, but I do know that the way that project-based vouchers work is that they stay with the project. So whereas someone might get a Section 8 voucher and be able to use it in various places, for these specific vouchers, they'll be used at this location and they'll stay at this location. So if people move out, new people will be able to get those vouchers to live in this housing development.
Thank you, Ms. Tully. And is there a guarantee that those residents will be from the city of Hollister, or could they move here from surrounding cities?
At this time, the city does not have a local preference policy, so we will not be able to guarantee that someone will be local.
So potentially, we're looking at 100 units, all Section 8, and we could potentially have people from surrounding cities, not guaranteed Hollister. Is that correct? Potentially.
Yes, that's potentially correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Sorry, apologies. This is Weija Song with Eden Housing, representing the West of Fairview Affordable Housing Project. I just want to clarify that the Housing Authority has awarded 40 project-based vouchers to the project. That is the maximum that the county can award to any affordable housing project in their jurisdiction. So not all the units are Section 8 subsidy units.
So if that's the case, I do have a follow-up question on that. Ms. Song, if you're doing 40 Section 8, I would assume that the other circumstances I described still exist. The other 60%, are those guaranteed for the residents of the city of Hollister, or could we potentially have other residents move to our community for those affordable units?
So those units, they're open to anyone within the county, as long as you can join the wait list and apply and qualify. As Eva kindly mentioned, there is no local preference at the moment, and the way that, because the project will receive state and county funding, they do require that the units be available to county residents.
Thank you. So just so we're clear, the 40% Section 8 can come from anywhere. The 60% has to be within the county. Is that what you're stating, Ms. Song?
The 40 units have to be within the county, and the 60 units can come from anyone who applies and qualifies at the correct income level.
Very well. And can somebody potentially move here a week ago, use somebody's address, and then say that they're now a county resident? Potentially.
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Comments from the please. Councilman, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Vice Mayor Resendez raises an interesting question. And so for staff, what would it take to create a local preference ordinance or policy? Because I don't know that we're ever going to discourage people from moving to Hollister. I don't think that's reasonable or realistic, but I do think as we gradually acquire these low-income housing units, that I would prefer for it to be people that are already here, and I don't know what it would take to do something like that, but I feel like it's not critical at this point, and we would have time
Because I anticipate the build out of this project is probably 5 years or more out anyway.
So Councilmember Burns, I'd like to ask Jennifer Thompson with the city attorney's office. That's a question I've asked her to look into because it can be very tricky. And so I've asked her to take a look at that and provide some guidance.
Good evening, Mayor Casey and City Council. Essentially, the city would be required to adopt an ordinance, a local preference ordinance that would have to be very carefully crafted because there are constitutional limitations on requiring local preference because as a general rule, the Constitution forbids a city or any other local agency from preferring one type of resident over another. That being said, there are cities that have something similar that could be crafted if that's what the council would like to do.
Thank you. I'm very interested in that. Thank you.
Any questions, Councilmember Prince?
I'm also interested in that too. So. Oh my God, so the 60-40 interesting number. Does that guarantee that they're all gonna be out from all the time? Like, I think when you're dealing with local areas, you might get some, and some people coming in for our low income, but this is not the only project we're gonna be on. We will be having more.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. We not answer.
Sorry, excuse me. One of the big questions, right, yes.
So on that 60-40, well, I guess it was a comment, yeah.
No more questions?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for correcting me, Mr. President.
That's, that's nothing else, any questions? I just have a couple. So, and I don't know whether that's a legal question or an attorney. But a couple of thoughts about the CFDs. It's my understanding that there are different CFDs running across the city at different levels. Is that correct? Not everyone pays the same level, but they all get police service and fire service. Is that right?
Yes, Mayor Casey, that's correct. The city's CFDs are the current two that we annex into CFD 4 and 5 are on newer projects since CFD 4 since 2014, CFD 5 since 2018, and we had 3 other CFDs prior to that. One of them is still active. I guess 2 of them are active, and so there are various ranges. This particular project is proposed to still be annexed into the CFD 4 at the tax zone that was established based on a budget that we did for the West of Fairview subdivision as a whole. So that not only includes the 100 Eden apartments that are proposed, but also the single family. It includes the extension of Union Road, Mimosa, all of the public landscaping that will be installed and streets and sidewalks and those things, as well as the shared stormwater facilities. So that budget is relatively high because of just the design of the subdivision, but we have other projects that are in CFD 4 that are paying, $90 per unit because they have very minimal public infrastructure. And then there are projects in our older landscaping and lighting district that pay a different fee. And there's a significant portion of the city that is not in any CFD or landscaping and lighting district as well.
So some homeowners pay nothing for CFDs, or they have a lighting district that just predates the CFDs. So we're at all different levels. Okay, I just want to clarify that. The other thing, I think this is probably actually it's another question for you. So when we received this agenda item, I remember reading that this project, being an affordable project, there are a lot of bonuses and incentives and things. And I remember reading that this project is entitled to 3 incentives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And those can take the shape of density bonuses, like additional units, or is this the request was as a part of an incentive, right? That they were entitled to some incentives.
Yes, that's correct. So the project overall is allowed to request up to 3 incentives. They received approval for 1 incentive, which was a waiver of a few development standards. I believe it was a setback from one side of the street. And potentially one other thing I can't call off the top of my head. So they had two more, and their next incentive request is this financial incentive, which is one of the types of incentives that is subject to the discretion of the body, in this case, the city council, that approves legislative items such as that. So they would potentially be able to apply for another incentive in the future. And this is coming from density bonus, but most of the time when we're seeing density bonus, the few other times that we've seen the requests, they're not required to, nor do they, we have not received a request for the actual density, but that could be part of a density bonus. In this case, it is not.
Thank you. I guess my last question would be for Ms. Thompson. It just, we know there are hundreds, literally hundreds of laws around affordable housing that the state has enacted. And there was one that caught my eye, I want to say AB 1743, but it talks about an exemption for 100% affordable projects that kind of exempts them from any CFD levying van taxes. So is that true? I mean, is that something that they could apply for in the future when we get to the building point? Or, you know, I hate to put you on the spot on that particular law, but I just was curious since it seemed to apply to what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, affordable housing law is very complicated, and so I can't answer that without knowing the nuances in the law and also probably more details about the project. But it's certainly something I could follow up with council.
That's all the questions I have. You have a follow-up question?
So the more incentives, the better your project, right? Or the more appeasing it is to the state and local governments. So how many incentives are they allowed to get per project? I mean, I'm just wondering.
I apologize. There was a little bit of audio, so correct me if I'm wrong.
How many incentives are possible to get per project?
That's a little bit complicated because it kind of depends on how the project is set up. But generally speaking, the maximum amount of incentives under density bonus law is 4. However, that is based on a 100% affordable project. In this case, this project is a part of West of Fairview, so it's counting a little bit differently. And then that range between 1 and 4 depends on both the percentage of units that are affordable. So let's say there's 5% very low, you may qualify for 1 incentive, but 10% low may also qualify for you for that same 1 incentive. So there's a complicated series of calculations, but generally the maximum is 4. There is an option for an additional bonus incentive for projects that include a child care facility. So let's say your base is 1, then you could, and a child care, then maybe you can get 2. So the total maximum is 5. That would require a very specific project.
Thank you.
If you have any further questions, I think we do public comment. How many public comments do we have?
Mayor Casey, there are currently 3 that have been submitted.
Okay, if anyone else has, would like to submit with now's time. If not, then let's go ahead with those. I'm gonna leave these at 3 minutes since there's only 3 comments.
Okay, our first public speaker is Dixie Balls, to be followed by Elliot and Lewis County.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dixie Battles, and I am the Director of Real Estate Development for Eden Housing. I thank you very much for your time and consideration here. I did have a statement prepared, but sometimes I kind of go off the rails a little bit, so I'll pay attention to that clock. I was in Watsonville earlier today, and as I was traveling through Watsonville to this meeting tonight, I traveled through fields, beautiful, beautiful strawberry fields are just coming up out of the ground. And in Watsonville, we're about to open an affordable housing community for farm owners called Tabasco Gardens. Financed with a whole bunch of effort from state, local, all kinds of people, and donation, citizens, everyone's vote is a vote for affordable housing. And that's where I was, my way to come and talk to you about how we put together affordable housing. We don't do it by snapping our fingers or coming to you and saying, can we have $24 million, please, to house 100 families. We don't do that. In this particular case, since 2000, Award Homes has been tasked with building 100 homes for families in this community. They haven't been able to do that. Eden Housing is a nonprofit developer in its 55th year of business, providing affordable housing to seniors, families, farm workers, homeless people, people with special needs, all kinds of people who just simply don't make $56 an hour to afford a normal apartment out there. It's a tragedy. The crisis just isn't in our local communities here. It's all across the United States. It's not just California, it's everywhere. So every dollar that we can put together counts. It matters. It matters so much. And in this particular situation, we have a land donation from Award Homes. They gave us the land. They said, please go and do this. They also built the roads, they built the streets, they built the utilities to the curb, worth millions of dollars. They paid for that. And we come to you saying, we think we have a path forward to finally bring these homes to this community. We think we have a path. And so we've come to you, not asking for 100% waiver, but we can pay something. We can pay some amount. And we came to you with that amount we could pay, asking for you to reduce the risk. We came to you also with impact fee waivers, but you said, hey, that's going to hurt us way too much. And we said, then we'll go and figure it out. We're not done with those proposals yet, but I can tell you, we are so close. We are so close to getting this financing done and these homes to this community. We are close. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elliot Munoz Cowan, followed by Bridget Bauman Thorpe.
Hello, my name is Addie Munoz Cowan. I've been a resident of San Diego County for 35 years. And basically, I am not against affordable housing. And I know, it's done like I'm not, maybe, but I don't know. What I am against is I'm opposed to tax breaks for developers, not necessarily even housing, but there's just so much impact on our community. We don't have the infrastructure to support this. We just need to have more money going to our city and county coffers to help pay for utilizing, keeping up our roads, funding police firefighters, keeping up maintenance, landscaping, lighting, our schools, our hospital, everything is so impacted. We need to have people, developers doing more, paying more, doing more to help fund our infrastructure. And affordable housing is wonderful, and Award Homes and all these developers that have to do their little portion for affordable housing, they should be doing more. They should be supporting more. They should be helping out our community more. And that's basically what I have to say about that. And I know people need housing, that's not the issue. The issue is not that people need the housing. The issue is the developers doing their fair share to help our community, help those individuals too, so they can have the housing, but also help out the people that are always living there. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Bridget Bauman Thorpe, to be followed by Julio Rodriguez.
Just want to say, I agree there, I opposing the 25 million discount on impact fees for roads, fire and police. I mean, San Diego County already paying high taxes. And why the people in the city have to pay even more now when the schools are going to be overcrowded already, currently at even high school. I mean, this just doesn't stop. The developers need to pay their fair share. Really, thank you.
The next public speaker is Julio Rodriguez, followed by Weijia Song.
But I think Eden Housing, they're probably a great organization. Obviously have a pattern. They've done this for a long time. Awesome. But as I said in the beginning, is affordable housing, a lot of these projects are Band-Aids. So it looks like, as of 2022, there was a report that estimated roughly 574,000 homes were bought by private equity. 44% flipped single-family homes purchased were by private investors. So we have an existential crisis in this country where we have private equity buying up houses, right? So bring it back to the local level. One of the reasons why public housing, as was said previously, failed, right, was because the maintenance. Local entities such as housing authorities, LA, Chicago, San Francisco, even locally. We were not maintaining our public housing stock. So it deteriorates. Like I said, we lost 30%. So the CFD fees, it's what it really is, it's about maintenance. The CFDs cover the maintenance and the longevity. So what are we saying? We're saying that basically, let's build this thing. Let's just hope it funds itself. Let the city of Hollister work it out. We are setting this project up for failure. I'm going to be just very blunt. The city and the county, do I think, okay, we're going to run a deficit for this project. You guys are going to get elected by some other group. It's going to be on the back end, but that's just the reality. This county and city have a history of just negligence, neglecting their fiscal obligations. So don't think, yes, you want to do a favor now, but you're setting the residents in my district, I was right there, you're setting it up for failure. This project's going to fail, whether it's going to fail 5 years from now, 10 years from now, but fiscally, it does not seem like it's fiscally viable in the next 50 years. Lastly, as people were saying, we are housing Santa Clara's workforce. It's based off of the area median income. We know that the area median income for San Benito County has gone up. We know that affordable housing is based off of the area median income. So it's like, are we really doing anything to solve the problem, or are we just perpetuating the problem? It sounds good, it feels good, it looks good on paper. That's what we're told. But existentially, we're just contributing to the problem. That's what it sounds like to me. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elias Salinas, to be followed by, the next public speaker is Weijia Song, to be followed by Elias Salinas.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you again. I apologize that I can't be there in person today. But I'm speaking on behalf of Eden Housing in support of the West of Fairview Affordable Housing Project. To provide some metrics, I do want to say that these critically needed affordable units will serve families earning between 30 and 60% area median income. For the County of San Benito, this translates for a family of 4 earning less than $66,000 a year for a family at 60% area median income. This goes all the way down to $33,000 per year at 30% AMI. The core mission of these affordable housing units is that the 100 families that will hopefully live at the West of Fairview Affordable Housing Project will no longer be rent burdened. Their rents will be limited to only 30% of their income. This is a essential, critical lifeline for many of the families to maintain financial stability and help prevent further displacement in the city of Hollister. To provide some additional context, instead of in terms of rents at West of Fairview for 2024 at the highest level would be $1,250 for a 1-bedroom. At the lowest level, $626 for a 1-bedroom. Up to $1,700 for a 3-bedroom, and down to $868 for a 3-bedroom. I think many of us in the room hearing those rents know how critical those are to making sure that families and farm workers can continue and remain and afford to live in the city of Hollister. I also want to clarify that we are not requesting a reduction of impact fees. It's definitely, the project is not receiving $27 million from the city of Hollister. In fact, the project is paying $4 million to the city of Hollister in impact fees. That doesn't even include the sewer impact fees and the school district fees the project has to pay. All these dollars are coming from the state. Our Eden team is working day and night trying to secure funding from the state level, from the county level to bring these units here. We have a very robust marketing plan that targets local communities to make sure people are aware of when the units are available in the hope of preventing further displacement in the city. So we really hope that the council will support the project, as it will bring great public benefit and satisfy a critical need. And hopefully we can provide more affordable units in the city for decades to come. So thank you so much for your time tonight.
The next public speaker is Elliot Salinas, to be followed by John R.
Last Thursday on March 28th, the California Second District Court of Appeals ruled in favor of the state with regards to affordable housing. Saying that they were trying to say that Senate Bill 10 was unconstitutional, and the court said it is constitutional. There's a housing crisis. These are 100 units that are being available at a scale. 40, if I remember correctly, I think it was 40 Section 8 and 60 at scale. What more can you ask for? You want to build, you're living already here. This is what we get with the NIMBYs. They're already here. They want to build a wall, and they don't want anybody else to come here. And that's ridiculous. It's insane to think that you have residents here who came and they bought their little homes and now they don't want anybody around. And these are affordable houses. They're apartments, they're small units. And then to say that, well, it has to be local residents because we don't want anybody from the outside. Well, you can't do that. You can try and do it, but there is a shortage in the entire state that we are now facing. And the state of California is giving funds to municipalities, and you have to apply for those funds. Now you have this, it is expensive to do the infrastructure up to a certain point, up to the sidewalk that they went and they've done this. It's a lot of money that's being spent, and it's a gift to the residents of this area. Whether you live in the city, whether you live in the county, whether you live in Los Baños and you're making minimum wage, but you're driving to Hollister, now you're able to get yourself a place here. Whether you're in Los Baños and you're working in Gilroy, Hollister's going to be closer. We're not losing money, and it's the numbers are out there, and you know, Councilman Resendez trying to turn it around and trying to see what an evil thing that the council members are doing when in fact you're helping this community out. You have mixed use for the lawsuit was regarding mixed use. This is not even mixed use. These are apartment buildings, and this is something that we're needing, and you just need to get the facts out there and stop with the propaganda.
The next public speaker is John R., to be followed by John Vogel.
Hello again. I'm going to go ahead and dispel some misinformation here. According to the city manager, there would be about $24 million in maintenance fees that Eden Housing would be foregoing over the course of 50 years. I think as things come out in the wash, the public's going to be more educated on this, and we'll have a clearer picture. As far as allowing anybody to come from anywhere outside the county, I believe it was 60%. That does not maximize the potential to help your residents, your constituents, the people that put you in office. And that is exactly who you should be targeting, in my opinion. You know, by this also impacts law enforcement, fire, schools, sewers, and roads. And this kind of business sets an ugly precedence for other developers coming in the future, right? This could set an ugly precedence. I do not support this. Thank you.
The next public speaker is John Vogel.
we have more distributed housing, perks, developers. They're all part of life. Where's the discussion of jobs? Thank you.
Those are all the public speakers we have in this item. Let's go back to the discussion. Do you have any comments? Yes, Councilor.
Thanks, Marcus, and my housing for doing such a beautiful job and getting as many incentives as possible. And the next group that wants to do another one, get more incentives.
Comments? Councilor Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I would like to know, it's been suggested that this project will fail in 10 years and 15 years and 20 years. But my sense is Eden Housing probably has a pretty solid track record that it wouldn't have been selected for this. Is this conjecture or is there any facts behind that, city manager, that you're aware of?
Yeah, I'd have a pretty hard time asserting that the project will fail. There's a lot of elements that go into that, and I'm sure they have their economic models that they use to forecast vacancy rates that they may have. The whole point of this coming forward was they penciled it out, and in the last item, they did provide a forma to show, you know, what this did and how it got them penciled out. But as for market conditions of whether it'll fail or not next 9 years, I'm not comfortable. That's certain.
Right, and I me either, but I just think it's somebody's opinion, and while they're entitled to it, doesn't necessarily mean it's correct. And so I would like to see if there would be an opportunity at some point to tour either the project that they're talking about in Watsonville. I'd love to do that because that could be a model that we could replicate here, because we absolutely need affordable housing on all levels, and success is what I'm looking for. A track record of success, Eden Housing clearly has it from what I know. And so I clearly don't believe this project's going to fail. I also think it's interesting. My recollection is that as a city, we are required by law to provide certain core elements, one being police or public safety and fire. Would that be true?
That is correct.
And we budget for that regardless, correct?
That is correct.
And what percentage of the general fund does police and fire or public safety typically get ballpark over the year?
Typically in 60%.
60%. So those services are not going to be reduced because of this project, will they?
They would not. It's just one of the pots of funds would see less than if the, you know, if it went the normal route. Essentially, the reduction in today's dollars, $153,000, $153,500 in savings. So, and then that's spread across the both CFPs.
Thank you for that clarification as well. I think people like to shift the facts to meet their storyline. And so I think it's also important to recognize this is a project that has been in some phase of design and development since 2000, 24 years ago. We're finally coming to a point where we're talking about actually making it a reality. The other thing I want to remind people about was, as I recall, and Councilmember Perez, correct me if I'm mistaken here, but as I recall this, initially it was going to be 50 units. We're able to double down on it to 100 and accelerate their development as part of a win-win, in my opinion, because the projects at Award Homes are going to be built in phases that were going to go for 5 years, as opposed to a shorter timeline. And part of the negotiation was to double down on the amount of affordable units. Does that sound right, Councilman McLeod?
Sounds right.
Yeah. I don't know, city manager, do you have any history on that?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to our planning manager and acting development services director, Ms. Kelly, who's been involved at that level of the project.
Yes, thank you. The Councilmember Burns, you're correct. There was originally no affordable units in the apartments. It was just the 33 moderates. And then the city council debated and came to a development agreement term with Award Homes for 50. That was the discussion. And ultimately we ended with 100, as you see before you with the Eden project.
Thank you. So acting or interim director, how long have you been with the city?
I have been with the city for 6 years.
For 6 years. And in your tenure, how many affordable housing projects are you aware of that have actually been built in the city during your tenure?
Two, I believe, off the top of my head.
2 and 6. Okay, so again, I'm a little frustrated that there's pressure to build. My will suggest that anything successful requires it to be part of negotiation. I think this is exactly what we're seeing here. I'm gonna support this 100%, as I have all along the way. And I would like to see city legal maybe do some research, because I do agree with Vice Mayor Resendez that I would like to see a local preference. But I also don't think people are gonna come here to live and then commute out of here, in renters specifically to live in Hollister to commute to San Jose. I don't believe that's gonna happen, but I would like to see people come to, live here, work here, play here. And we need to find affordable housing alternatives, and I think this is a great step in the next direction. And I hope to see the same come to fruition. So thank you, Mayor, you've got my position.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, that's good.
thank you. First off, thank you to the staff for the presentation, and thank you to all the public that came out here to speak this evening. Ms. Song pointed out that, they're providing us with $4 million. And then she later said, well, it's coming from the state. Well, who pays that money that the state's getting? It's the taxpayers. So let's be very clear and concise about that. The facts are the facts, and you can spin it however you want. $25 million is $25 million. The other fact is, the mayor herself pointed out that her husband has worked in the industry with the developers for 18 years. Some of these executives make a salary of 6 figures. It seems like a very profitable business to me. I think that there is many ways that we can get affordable housing, but we should not be bringing affordable housing by giving away $25 million to developers. Thank you, Mr. Warble, for speaking about the jobs. Since I've been here with this new council, not one policy has been passed to make good on those election commitments during campaign time to bring more jobs. The policies that have been passed are pro-development, pro-housing every single time. One thing I would like to say is that, where are we going to get the money from? $25 million that we're not collecting is $25 million that we're not collecting. It's very simple, and someone has to pay for those roads. Someone has to pay for the police. Someone has to pay for the fire. I'm just not willing to do that on the back tax-paying citizens of Hollister's back. That's for sure. I think another speaker said that it was negligent. I 100% agree with you. This is bad planning, and this is exactly why we are seeing what we are seeing and why our constituents are telling us all of the impacts that they're seeing now. It's a bad deal with a short-term gain for the residents, but a long-term bad investment. It's going to come back, and the taxpayers are going to have to pay for it. Another speaker said it's a gift to the residents. I wholeheartedly disagree. This is a gift to the developers. This is a burden on the residents, a $25 million burden, and I will not support that. Thank you.
I just wondered, so out of these 100 units, how many people could possibly house these 100 units? I mean, so
They range from 1-bedroom to 3-bedroom units, I believe. I don't have the bedroom
so from 100
breakdown.
to 300, 400 people. And could you imagine? Picking someone off the streets, in the city. Could you imagine how we're going to impact all those lives and how those lives are going to impact others? By giving them this, helping them, not giving. We are not giving. We are helping people to help our community. That's what we're doing. And by doing that, we're changing lives here. And you know what? Some things are worth more than 25 million over 50 years. And you know, those who are people and their kids and their kids and those generations that are going to come, I think the 25 million would be
Comments. All right, so I'm gonna just give some comments. First, I just want to clarify something. If the vice mayor is going to quote me from social media, he needs to get it right. My husband works in a seniors community up in San Francisco and East Bay. He doesn't work for Eden Housing. He has familiarity with them because Eden Housing, Mid-Peninsula, Chispa, those are all forerunners in this area. They're the ones who get it built. And Eden Housing, as they said themselves, have been around for 55 years. There are several communities here, successful communities, which house low-income seniors, and they know what they're doing. And one of the things that I've learned from my husband and just being exposed to it is the way that affordable housing gets built through partnerships. It doesn't operate in a vacuum. This is a nonprofit. They're not making $24 million off the backs of anyone. They're trying to get housing for us, for the most needy in our community. And I have heard people up on the side say, we have families living 2 and 3 families to an apartment because we don't have enough rental housing. We certainly don't have enough affordable rental housing. So I'm familiar with them. They do a great job. And what I've seen and heard, and before we had that, we might did a lot more back in the day. They don't do as much. So now the state comes in, they do their part, they'll give grants, particularly. Cities also contribute, they give concessions or they give density bonuses. The developer partnered and gave land and gave millions in infrastructure building. So everybody contributes and the nonprofit as well coming in. That's how affordable housing gets built. That's just how it works. And so there's nothing untoward here going on. If we want to have affordable for our residents, which we need, then we have to partner and you have to step up. You can't just say, well, I support affordable except in this instance. You either support it or you do not support it. And frankly, I do support it. I think we need it. I don't want 2 and 3 families living in a rental. As we noted, there were 3 incentives granted. That it's part of this process. When the council makes a decision, we have to work within the confines of the law. We don't get to just go, oh, I don't think I'll, follow that law. There's a lot of consequences to that. And as we've discussed, there's been hundreds and hundreds of us put into place since the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. In fact, just last year, another 56 laws. So we're struggling just to keep up with all the new laws. And many of them are geared towards affordable housing. So we have to comply with the law, but we also want to do for our residents. So I fully support this. And I just think, as we've discussed about CFTs, it's all over the board here. I know the newer developments tack on more and more fees that they're now, trying, and I understand the concept, trying to offset some of the costs for services. But the fact is, I had a resident tell me, well, I have a house in a fairly newer development. I will pay $279 a year. Well, these folks, not Eden is going to be paying $400 a year. So it's like all over the place. So I don't think it's fair to make the comparison and go, oh, we're going to be losing all these services. I don't believe that to be true. I mean, we've got folks who've lived here a long time that don't pay anything for their police or their fire or So I don't like that argument. I just think it's meant, it's meant to be political drama. And anyways, I fully support it. And I think we can, if I can get some direction.
Madam Mayor, if I can request a roll call vote, please.
Sure.
If you approve. Second.
All right, can we do a roll call vote? Let's see. Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zimmis?
No.
Councilmember Morales? Yes. Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Casey? Yes. Motion passes 4-1 with Vice Mayor Zimmis opposing. Thank you. All right, so let's move on then to item 6 was the next one. Item 6 is resolution number 2024-42 of the City Council of the City of Hollister, submitting to the qualified voters of the City of Hollister measure amending section 2.04.020 of chapter 2.04 title 2 of the Hollister Municipal Code to change the term of the office of the elected mayor from 2 years to 4 years, and general municipal election to be consolidated with a statewide general election to be held on November 5th, 2024. City Clerk, did you have that one spot?
Yes, so this is at the direction of the City Council from the November 4th, 2023 meeting, where it was asked to put a measure on the ballot to change the term of the mayoral seat from 2 years to 4 years. This is the action that is required to call that election and to consolidate with San Benito County Registrar of Voters. I'm up for any questions.
Did you need the vice mayor in the office before deciding?
Yeah, I don't have any questions, Madam Mayor. I do have a question.
Just anyone have questions at all? Do we have public comment, and if so, how many?
There are no public comments to this item.
Okay. Vice Mayor, did you want to give your comments?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to say that I'm not going to support this item. In fact, I think that just for accountability's sake, that everybody should be in a 2-year term. So I would, if it were up to me, I would like to see the mayor every 2 years and every council member up here getting reelected every single 2 years. Thank you.
Anyone else have comments? Okay. All right, can I get, motion? Motion to approve?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
No.
Yeah, the motion passes 4-0. Now, item,
Excuse me, it's 4-1.
oh, I said 4-0, sorry, 4-1. You're correct. Okay. All right, resolution, all right, item 7 is resolution number 2024-43, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister, California, calling for the placement of a transient occupancy tax measure on the ballot for November 5th. For the general municipal election consolidated with the statewide general election. For the submission to qualified voters for an ordinance to amend chapter 3.32 of the Hollister Municipal Code, enacting a 4 percentage point increase in occupancy tax and reserving that increase for the city general fund and setting rules and deadlines for submittal of arguments for and against the measure. So I actually pulled that. I don't have questions per se. So, do you get a question?
Yeah, thanks for pulling it. I do have one quick question. First of all, I want to hear from the public. I do support this, but every time we hear a tax on there, I just want to make sure are we being very clear as to what a TOT is in our language on the ballot measure. That's something that concerns me with this item.
And Vice Mayor Sinas, the language for the ballot measure question is on page 2 of the resolution, and it does state specifically what it would be used for, or generally what it would be used for public safety, park maintenance, recreation, and then it talks of the full resolution is included in the voter information guide that talks about what a transient is and how that applies and all of those things. So all of that information is in there, and then additionally, city will be embarking in a education outreach to make sure that the public is aware of what it is and that it is only for those who stay for short term at hotels and such, as opposed to residents of the city. It wouldn't be on any of them. It's only for those staying in our hotels.
Wonderful, thank you.
And if I could just add, part of the language actually increasing the total tax levy on hotel occupants. So they will see hotel occupants. right
That's
in
the
there.
phrase I was looking for. Thank you.
Any questions on this item? I don't have questions. So do we have any public comments?
Yes, we currently have one public speaker, Elias Linas.
Thank you. So not having read it, I hope that it also includes Airbnbs and all those, whatever those initials are for people renting out their houses for visiting nurses, visiting doctors as well. Something to take into consideration. And I'm hoping that I can get an answer, and I hope that you all may also want to know what the answer is. So a tax break was given to the hotels. They came here, when he did, came here, booked the hotel, they came back and they gave them a tax break from the TOTs. And then came back again and said, oh, I need money, I need a break because I want to build a second one. And that individual, when we had the flood and we had the fire, that individual charged market rates to the flood victims for staying at their hotels. And the vouchers were given by the county and they went and stayed. And instead of giving a discount, because the citizens here, through your council members, gave them a break, they still turn around and they have no empathy whatsoever for the flood victims. So I'm hoping that this also, where are we on that TOT break for that hotel? And are they included in this or are they exempt from this? Thank you.
Those are all the public speakers for this item.
Do we have any comments from Councilman Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. So, I would ask our city manager, he and I had a conversation yesterday exactly about that topic, and for the betterment of the community, could you clarify that? Could you explain it to me yesterday, please, sir?
Yeah, so what this would do, and I've actually had a general conversation with the, hotel operator regarding this. So yes, there was an agreement made where they get a rebate of the TOT collected that their hotels generate. And it's up to $2 million over a 10-year term, and they collect 70% of the TOT that they generate. So in theory, as if this were to pass, this is essentially would accelerate them hitting the $2 million mark. So they would be included in this. And I mean, if you're going from 8 to 12%, that percentage difference just grows the pot that they're contributing if they get the 70% back until they get that $2 million, and then the program ends at that point.
Thank you. Thank you, Grant. That's my question.
Okay, so I told you, and I'm not going to set up support it because I totally do. It's really long overdue. We have one of the lowest top tax rates in the whole area. Even San Bautista is at 12%, so they've been there for a while, so I'm excited about this. The only thing that I had hoped to see, and I know we've talked about this, is that some cities do actually put a portion, whether it's 0.5% or whatever, of their thought tax towards tourism and economic development. So it's something I'd love to see, even if we don't want to call it out as a percentage. But, you know, I don't see it mentioned. You know, I see it going back to the general fund, but I'd love to see somehow some of that funding go into tourism, particularly because that is being up here in the town.
Okay, so when we brought this forward, that was not the direction given to staff, although, you know, you can use your general fund and we can, you know, make allocations and revisit that. We did not have direction to include that in here. So it was not included in this. If this is something that the council wants to discuss, that's your purview, but I could not update it based on the status of the company.
I get that. I just, again, I've seen a lot of cities do this. I think it's how they build their tourism base, and we've been talking how long about how we connect with tourism and, you know, historic tourism and wine industry tourism and all that. So it would go a long way to helping us in some of those efforts. So however we get there, I think it would be nice, but I don't necessarily have to change this, or, you know, we want to move it forward. I'm not asking for a change, just to keep that in mind. I also want to just make sure, echoing what others have already said, that we put our best efforts out there as far as information, because when people hear tax, they think it's for all residents, and that has nothing to do with residents. This is folks who visit, so use tax for folks who come and visit and stay at hotels, and it pays for some of the facilities and things that they use. So I just would want us to do a really good job as far as information during the season. That's all I really have. So if there isn't anything else, I want to go ahead. Does someone have a motion on this? Second. All right, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. All those opposed? Right, motion carried 5-0. All right, so then the consent. We're going to move on to public hearing. Our first item is the ordinance number 1250, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending the city of Hollister municipal code to add section 2.04.340 candidate statements to chapter 2.04 city council of title 2 administration and personnel. City clerk, you're up.
It's the election night, so it's all the city clerk stuff today. So at the October 17th, 2023 meeting, the city council did have a discussion and directed staff to bring back an ordinance to amend the municipal code to for the city to pay for the candidate statements for those who qualify for the ballot in any municipal election. So we had come forward with various options for how the city might move forward, you know, subsidizing some of those candidate statements, paying it outright, or doing signatures in the process. City council decided that the city would go ahead and absorb that cost and requested this ordinance. I did include estimates for the 2024 candidate statements, 1320.05 for the mayoral seat, 508.70 for District 1 seats, and 556.20 for District 4 seats. This is subject, these are estimates that are subject to final numbers from the registrar of voters, and we are planning to include additional funds in the budget for the next fiscal year so that we can absorb those costs as needed. And I'm open to any questions.
Do we have any questions from council? Do we have any public comment on this item?
And please note that this one does require a public hearing.
Oh, all right, then I will open the public hearing on this item. Do we have public comment?
There are no public comments for this item.
I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. All right, so let's bring us back. Is there any discussion on this item of deliberation?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman.
thank you. I'm not gonna support this. I think, if you run for office, there has to be some type of investment on your part, not only to collect money from people that are gonna support you, but if you're gonna put out a candidate statement, that shows that you're all in as well. So I can see a lot of potential problems with this, especially if the city's gonna be absorbing the cost. So I'm gonna not support this tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments? Do you have any, motion to approve this item? Motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. Yeah, council business. Ordinance number 1251, an ordinance of the city of Hollister amending section 2.04.050 of chapter 2.04 of title 2 of the Hollister Municipal Code. City attorney, you have a staff report.
Yes, Mayor and Council, and this item has been before you a few times. It's back before you for introduction with a change to the ordinance for meetings to occur on the first and third Tuesdays of each month, beginning at 4 p.m. with a hard stop at 10 p.m. unless the meeting is extended by the city council.
Do we have any questions from council? Okay. Do we have any public comment?
There are no public comments for this item.
All right. Any further discussion by council members? No? All right, is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, so we're gonna go on to item 2, vacant building ordinance discussion, planning. You have to stop it for us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have Eva Kelly on Zoom this evening, and I'd like to introduce from RGS, our firm that we've been working with, Mr. Steve Flint, who will be giving a brief presentation, and then we'll be open for questions and further direction. As we've been going through this process, we felt it was a good point to check in and get some direction, because as you will see when we go through this, there's many different directions that this can take. And we felt it was a good idea to check in now rather than going down a path and expending resources and staff time only to go different directions. So since this is a newer concept to be discussed with us, good idea. Mr. Flynn, give us an update with that.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mayor Casey, members of council and public. My name is Steve Flynn. I'm with Regional Government Services, which is a California Joint Powers Authority. So not a private firm or kind of a different animal. We've been working with the city for some time now, trying to come up with different alternatives. So we've been looking at different ways that cities and towns regulate vacant properties. Because as you know, underutilized properties do have the effect of. Oh, I wonder. How did it advance?
I did it.
Oh, thank you. You actually just go. Okay, so, let me make sure, okay, now I know where I am, thank you. Okay, let's start over. RGS, we've been working with the city to find different alternatives to how to address blighted and or underutilized properties. You know, they can contribute a lot to the lack of investment from people. Vacant properties tend to attract crime, they tend to lower investment incentives for people. And a lot of people have found that to be something they need to deal with. Cities often have ways of dealing with it. Just about every city has abatement proceedings for vacant properties. They also do different programs these days, monitoring vacant property, keeping an eye on it, and also passing property taxes that levy a fine, not a fine, but a fee and property tax on parcels that are vacant or underutilized. So we'll kind of go through that. Nuisance abatement is one of those facilities or processes that are already built into everybody's city code for the most part. It's an enforcement process. You have to get your code enforcement officers involved. And it also involves, citing properties, placing liens on properties, taking various legal actions against properties, and ultimately they may go into receivership. Not necessarily to the city's benefit, but it is a way of incentivizing people to take care of the property and not just let them go fallow, essentially. City of Hollister does have regulations about that. They have standards for dealing with blighted and underutilized property. The variety of issues that are dealt with. Mainly the exterior disrepair and abandonment is what affects other people. The fact that they're not actually housing any profitable or any kind of use that's generating some revenue for the city is also a problem. But one of the bigger problems is the fact that they just look dilapidated and it tears down the neighborhoods that they're located in. In addition to that, Chapter 8.32 provides procedures for notice, notifying the property owners. You have to hold hearings. There's compliance orders. There are a lot of legal requirements in order to take a property over. Again, it's more of an enforcement issue. Other cities utilize monitoring programs where they will require people that have vacant land or vacant buildings to register those buildings with the city. The city then will monitor the property to make sure that they're maintained and kept up. It usually requires a fee, an annual fee, a registration fee to begin with, and then if they don't maintain the properties, they're often fined, or they get like a monthly requirement where the inspector has to go out and verify that they're taking care of the problems that they've been identified. A lot of places will allow a city to be vacant for up to 90 days. As long as they're making efforts to bring the building up to the standard code, rehabilitating the exteriors, trying to lease the property, finding an occupant for it. As long as they're making an effort to try to do something with that property, then the city can continue to monitor the property and make sure that it doesn't start to deteriorate. And that includes landscaping, parking lots. There are large buildings, that will attract different types of things. Homeless people tend to congregate in empty parking lots where buildings are vacant, so that can be an issue. I mentioned the registration fee. The purpose of that is to help the city defray the cost of the actual enforcement and monitoring of that. And then the other process that we looked into was actually levying a parcel tax. And that's different than a property tax, so it's not subject to the typical I'm sorry. It's a special tax. So it's not an actual property tax like Prop 13 prohibits cities from imposing those types of taxes on individual property. A special tax is something different. And typically it's a flat rate. Doesn't matter what the size of the property is. Cities go out and they monitor properties, find the vacant lands, assess them, that fine, and then if the property owner needs to get the property taken out of that program, they can make the efforts to have the city eliminate that property or parcel tax to it. Main issue with property tax is that it does take 2/3 majority vote of the people. It has to go on the ballot. It's got to be a general vote. And at this point, we're looking at the next one. If this was the route to go, the city would be looking at November 5. As you know, that's the date that you have a number of issues coming up. the city would need to adopt, a resolution to place about on, the measure on the ballot. And then it would be decided at a state pilot. So, like I said, November 5 is the date that we're looking at now. So funding, there's a lot of implementation, tax, a fee, a fine, they all have different regulatory requirements. They take time to put into place. They have to be voted on, the taxes have to be voted on by the electorate, as I mentioned before. The fees have to be cost of reasonably borne analysis, so you have to determine what a reasonable cost is, or what you can actually charge. And then there's formal adoption processes you have to go through. So that in a nutshell are the processes that we looked at. Different cities do different things. Monitoring programs, San Jose has a monitoring program that's very successful. City of Palm Springs as well. The parcel tax has been enacted by the city of Oakland, also the city of San Francisco. And I think San Juan Bautista has been looking at a parcel tax as well for some time now. So that essentially are the different processes that we've been looking at. And so tonight we throw that out to the council for discussion and to see if there's a specific direction we would like to go. Any of those.
So we have the questions,
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. So as you were going through the different options, I discussed, okay, nuisance abatement, staff. Monitoring program, staff. Taxing vacant property tax, staff. But I think we'll have a little bit more teeth if we can get a ballot measure on there that's gonna help fund the staff. I mean, obviously, that's the most important thing. I think our staff is already stretched kind of thin. I don't remember, Chief, if it's under your department or if it's the fire at this point with code enforcement. So we're asking for our PD and our code enforcement to do even more with potentially like no funding. Like we've got to be realistic about that. These programs, the first two options, are not going to get funded without staff. And I know this is questions. So to me, it would seem after giving you that explanation that the most reasonable one to fund the staff would be the ballot measure. Is that?
I think the ballot measure it's the most direct. You establish a fee that is applied to the different properties that are vacant. But then you've got to go out and you got to collect the parcel tax on them as well. So that does take time. The other programs, though, involve registration fees. You have to sign up, you have to pay like an application fee. You have to pay a monthly fee if you're being in the monitoring program, but it allows property owners a little more time to try to bring their properties up to standard and get them functioning again. So it kind of helps the property owner if they don't really have, it's like a spec building that's not occupied. They're looking for somebody to occupy, so it gives them that time. They just have to pay into the program to keep it going. So there are some funds available that we can look at what that amount would be to make it viable. And then the last one, you're right, it's, how many fines can you place on a property that's not being maintained? And that's, that's the enforcement aspect of it. And, all cities have those provisions in their codes now. Yeah. And it really depends on how active the enforcement of that is.
As we know, code enforcement is essentially it's a complaint-based system, right? So I don't know if people are going out there complaining about these. Well, they are to us. I don't know if they want to complaining unless they're complaining about their neighbors. Logistic wise, did we look at? So what I worry about is the downtown vacant businesses that are much more smaller. They're much more older, and they have, let's say, ADA compliance issues, or they have. I think we talked about sprinklers and stuff that's very costly for those owners. Earthquake retrofit, we're in a fault zone. Did we look at maybe just possibly starting like with a pilot program with the higher square footage vacant buildings in town? Is that an option?
Well, at this point, we're looking at it from 30,000 feet. We're just looking at the general programs, and if there's any one direction that looks better to the council than another, we'd be happy to look into those aspects of it.
And did we get legal to weigh in on that discussion? City manager?
No, not yet, but I mean, we could certainly look at square footage requirements. I mean, at this point, it's something that, you know, we're crafting the program, and then whatever we would craft, we would obviously.
And then do you know off the top of your head what the city of Watsonville, which avenue they chose to do?
My understanding is they, it's pretty much a fine. They don't have a monitoring program that I know of. They have not issued parcel tax, requirements either.
So how would they do it? They have to do a ballot measure.
They would need one in order to parcel.
I think we have very similar issues like the city of Watsonville. Let's not about that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So really what I'm hearing is a two-pronged process for county. Because a vacant building ordinance doesn't necessarily mean that the property has to be blighted or a public nuisance. I mean, literally to just go unoccupied for a period of time. And I think we've got the history of that in this city as well. But I don't really know if that's such a big deal. I mean, yeah, are we losing potential tax revenue when the property sits vacant? Yeah, I believe that's possible. But I'm more concerned about public nuisance properties, attractive nuisance properties, and blighted properties, because I think they're a bigger challenge. One of the, and it feels to me like the majority of this conversation really focuses on commercial properties versus residential. And I certainly drive the town and I see a handful, but I don't know if it's that big an issue based on perception. But I do question how assertive we want to be from a policy standpoint to address the blighted properties, the public nuisance properties, the attractive nuisance properties. And as you pointed out, I believe our municipal code has the capability to cover all of that and aggressively, deal with those things. The question I would have would be, does the police department, code enforcement division have the resources to deal with it? I don't know. I don't know that it has to be reactive, and it could absolutely be proactive. When you drive down the street and you see it and it stands out, that's just be good enough in my opinion for those kind of things. But Chief, do we charge an hourly rate for code enforcement staff time? Not at this time. I think that's one of the avenues that we're looking into, establishing a fee structure for the time.
Right.
I think that's still in the works at this point.
Right, and so there are always fines, fees, and penalties, and it seems to me like that would be my first preference, to use the tools we have with the staff we have to really clearly define what it is. I mean, I've worked in code enforcement for a number of years, number of jurisdictions, and just the hourly rate alone will deter people because your time has value. Our city staff times have to have value, and I've seen as low as $100 an hour to, I'm involved in a fee study right now where it's $203.68. And when you break that down in 6-minute increments, it adds up and you get people's attention. More importantly, you get their cooperation. And so for me, I think I would rather see us explore other alternatives before we go beyond this, unless the property becomes blighted. And in that case, I absolutely agree with it, but this is another point. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So the first thing that comes to mind is there's a formerly known as Kmart in my district. And when people move here, they're like, why is that? Why can't the city do a bowling alley? Why can't it be a sports complex? Why can't we have something nice for our young people to do? And so one of the things that I quickly learned is, well, we don't have control over that. And thus we can't negotiate or buy or whatever it is, and the owner has whatever reason they have to maintain that empty, which has no value to the community and no value to the residents other than being a vacant building, and every now and then people parking there for whatever reason. So this would be a step to kind of address issues like that, where we have kind of empty buildings for a long time that will never be used for anything because of whatever the property owner has plans for. What would be, hearing the concerns from fellow council members about staff resources. If we draft, utilizing the tools, because from what I understand, the tools that we have in our toolbox for that particular issue, we don't have anything. So those are the issues that I'm trying to address, or I'm interested in addressing, is things that are sitting and will continue to sit in our community for a very long time, and so that could be a community resource. It could be used for something productive for young people or anybody, but we don't have the tools necessary for us to actually do that.
That's a good point. It is difficult for cities to require any type of use to move into a building. You know, where I was living, there was a vacant storefront, and people would come to City Hall almost every day and say, we want to have a Trader Joe's here. What's the city gonna do about that? It's like, you gotta talk to Trader Joe, we don't control that. But that's an issue, it is. I think the city would need to have some kind of a program, you know, leasing space in that empty building, perhaps, but, you know, it's the owner needs to be motivated to try to do something with that interior space. And it does, I think you're right, it does go beyond just the exterior. They can keep the exterior looking great forever, but it's unproductive. You know, empty buildings tend to drag the other properties down around them.
And you also have the economic development angle of it, where, like in our downtown area, there's a, you know, significant vacancy rate. Less people come in general, just overall in totality down there, because there's less options. So as you fill it up, more people come, and it actually benefits the other businesses as well. The space that you're referring to could be, you know, a significant job center, just by square footage.
Questions?
So I kind of wanted to tag along with Councilman Burns and say, so it seems like we got two different things going here, because it seems like they're talking commercial, and you know, I'm not for the empty lots downtown or the empty buildings. And you know, to bring it up to code that the owner can just leave it empty instead, it's not beneficial for our community. I agree with you and Kmart and stuff like that. But there's a difference between residential and commercial, because I've seen some blighted homes too, and they are unsafe. But I thought we were like being able to address that with fire hazards. Is that correct?
Yes, as it was stated before, there are provisions in the current code that allow us to address the blighted homes. You know, we've had calls on those this recently. So that's it.
And I think cities tend to get more complaints about residential areas, you know, homes that aren't being maintained, because it's a threat to somebody living right next door. An empty building doesn't necessarily affect the neighborhood per se, but it does have an effect on the downtown and, you know, the area that generates more revenue.
I do have questions. I'm actually going to brought this forward. So I was a little confused by the presentation, because you don't actually call it out as this is, you know, commercial or businesses is what we're really looking at. I was aware in the code that there is the nuisance section, and thought that pretty much applied to residential, not so much, you know, commercial. And we do have, it's not a large number, but there's enough going on in downtown. I can think of at least 3 places that have been sitting empty for some time. We've got folks who have owned those properties a long time, you know, mortgage, they write it off.
Right.
And there's no incentive for them, you know, if there's some work that needs to be done or something, they don't want to invest that much, just write it off every year. But it does have, as the city manager mentioned, the economic impact of having those just sit empty. And it's like that with the Kmart as well. That's been sitting empty, I think, for 6 years now. That's a long time. And I do live near there. There's illegal activity going on. There's people doing donuts all over the parking lot. We've got homeless that come in and set up camps. Just a lot of things happening, and it's looking worse and worse every year. And you don't even know what the insides of, you know, how to find sour day, you know. So I guess my point in even bringing this forward is not, you know, not to create a lot of work for the city staff, but we need something to address this. And so I've seen other cities do ordinances, not necessarily a tax, but just an ordinance that kind of, it's similar to what we do for residential, but it has maybe some teeth into it to deter folks who don't have a mortgage or any impetus to fill that, you know, rent that out, to give them a reason to begin to out to people. So I guess I'm just hoping that, you know, we could create some kind of an ordinance, I'm not necessarily looking for something about that. You know, for, election or whatever, to do a tax. But have you seen other ordinances specifically around, commercial building vacancies and, you know, how are they typically structured? And
Well, I
I know I forwarded a few of them that when this first came by.
Well, the ones that I was looking at, we did take a look at, San Francisco. And there, they imposed the parcel tax. And they used that as a way to deal with not just the vacant commercial properties, but in a lot of cases, they use it to deal with homelessness, for example. They fund some homeless projects or programs through that. So there are ways with parcel tax, we can spread that and deal with other different things. In a lot of cases, the ordinance in San Francisco had to deal with vacant first floor retail was vacant. That had residential above. Sorry, the effect that had on the residents themselves was something that the city is trying to deal with. And Oakland has similar program as well. So in terms of the monitoring programs, like I said, Palm Springs has a pretty effective one, and that applies primarily to commercial properties, trying to maintain their downtown area. And they've done a pretty good job with that, I think. So those are.
So they're both effective,
I think they are in a different sort of way. It really depends on how you implement it.
So the parcel tax, it's only levied on specific building, how does that work?
You have to determine if the property is actually, vacant, underutilized, and that would take some assessment. You would notify the property owner that you're gonna put them parcel tax on the property. And then they have, there are ways to try to avoid that, different hardships there might be, different reasons that it's laying there. If they can't come up with a reasonable explanation for that, then the city can impose that, it's a tax on that. And it's up to the property owner to see if they can get out from under that.
I don't have any more questions. Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor Casey, I have one speaker for this item. The first speaker is Elias Levis.
So the trust that owns Kmart building, the whole entire shopping area, that's the whole strip. They have a contract with Kmart Corporation, and there's a reason why they won't allow them to do anything else there. There are vacant buildings in downtown here. And then as Councilman Byrne says, and agree with the speaker, is it costs money to bring them up to date. Earthquake or whatever. And you want to do what San Francisco is doing, they have an ordinance, right? I'll be in San Francisco tomorrow and I'm going to be going to Tyler Florence's new restaurant at Union Square. The city of San Francisco gave Tyler Florence $4 million to renovate a ground floor to make a restaurant in Union Square because there are so many vacant buildings and they're wanting to bring business back down. And I'm contemplating, like, are we going to get out and we're going to park, or we're going to eat, or someone's going to run out and we're going to order, and then because it is not safe in San Francisco. We don't have that problem here. What we do have is we do have vacant buildings, and it costs a lot of money to do them. I mean, I think previously before there was it was asked of staff to go out and find out and make more restaurants in downtown. You can't force these individuals to do something, and we've got vacant lots. And then what happens when somebody wants to build something on a vacant lot? Oh my God, a developer wants to do something. No, no, no. So yes, if you do, and again, if you don't, right? So what is it that you do? I think you have, if there's a safety hazard, now you want to compare Kmart, which is a big building, one of the biggest, and then you have lots. You have lots of vacant lots. You have vacant lots at the airport. What are you going to do with them? Are you going to force those people that have been trying to do an airport jet center for decades? What are you going to do then? Can you actually force them, and you want to do some kind of a tax because they can't find anybody to either build and or to buy a property so something can get built out there, you need to really look at this and what it is that's going on. You have lots on Port Street, you have San Juan Road, you've got the airport, you've got Kmart. I was gonna compare Kmart to across the street, the old George's restaurant that's been vacant for at least 7 years, I believe. And now, and it's got a fence around it. It doesn't look pretty, but it's got a fence around it. Kmart, they keep it clean. Might not like what's happening in the parking lot or behind the building, but they keep it clean. So I think you all need to go a little bit back, set this back a little bit. There's more thinking to do on this thing.
Those roles of public speakers for this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so, I think that we do have an ordinance in place now, but obviously it's not working. And we do need something a little bit more teeth, and then we need to be realistic about the logistics about how we're gonna fund that and how we're gonna roll that policy out. So I am for the ballot measure. I want to be very, I mean, it's complex. It's not a straightforward issue. That's why we're talking about it, obviously, right? How do we support these small business owners and, but hold the building owners accountable when they're just simply, as the mayor stated, writing it off for their tax purposes, or they're in contract with Sears, because they do add blight, they do add other unforeseen circumstances to our community, and they will impact our economic development in ways that we can't even begin to imagine, right? So we want to be supportive of business owners, we want to be supportive of economic development. Obviously, we want to generate as much revenue as we can for the city of Hollister, but we do have to hold people accountable. We need to do a little more teeth. And right now, what we have is just not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't necessarily believe that what we currently have isn't working. I don't know that we've been clear in direction to staff as a council on what the council priorities are. I actually think we do have the tools. We just need to find whether we have the resources to use the tools correctly. And so I'm aware that we are currently in recruitment for an economic development manager position. And it seems like a great project to me for whoever we hire to fill that. And it seems like a great interview question. What have you done? What would you do? How would you do it? How do we move this thing forward? Because there's a lot of information out there. We're definitely not San Francisco and have no desire to be San Francisco. And we are not Palm Springs. And so I think we really need to look at this in greater depth and think about it. I don't necessarily know that to create a tax is really the route I think we need to go. I think we have more work to do. And so I would suggest we do table this until we get an economic development manager and let them work with the city manager and then the assistant city manager to give us more information so we can make an educated decision. Thank you.
So I think that's a good idea, the economic development manager, but it touches more than just the economic development piece. It also, and I'm not sure where it might take a variety of different organizations. So thank you for the presentation. I think, I like to see us look at our ordinance and really understand like what are our goals. What does it mean in terms of our staff resources or human capital? And how do we tackle on these issues? And if we need to bring it back for like, what are the top 3 areas, whether it's Kmart, whether it's downtown, whether it's, I don't know, District 4. And these are the areas that are really essential to the city, not only from maybe the law enforcement perspective, a city perspective, but potentially economic development project, a workforce development, potential partner. We don't know, but I think those are the things that the information that we need to know for us to make an informed decision. But if we haven't been able to, I know that we brought it up in terms of what do we do with the indulgence, what do we do with Kmart? We've had many folks come say, we need X, Y, and Z. So then how do we bridge kind of the multifaceted needs of our community with the resources that we have, and how do we prioritize those areas so that we can have a strategic plan in place to actually tackle the work?
I agree with what you're saying, and I also agree that I think that we are actually on that track to do that already. Part of it is by working together. Just like with our housing, we're gonna have to do that with the entertainment for our youth. I mean, giving them more programs, small businesses to come in to open a bowling alley, a go-kart, or whatever it is. By showing that we're a family community and we care about our youngsters, the ones that are gonna be taking care of us later. By us taking care of them, they're gonna take care of us and they're gonna take care of their kids. Or you can plan on just bring them to the system because our kids do need something now. And I know Kmart, when you think of Kmart, you always think of the arcade or the bowling alley and stuff. That's what we hear so much about. We have nothing to do with that, but you know what? I believe just like even and all these other companies, this is the tip of the spear. We brought this up back in, I don't know how long ago we brought this up. I'm going to bring this up. I don't know how long ago, Mr. Burns, do you remember? It's neat to see all the stuff that's coming up. It's like this, how many years ago did we start? And it's only because we have the present staff here to catch up to do that stuff. Thank you guys. I think it's something that we can hopefully just adjust some of our ordinance too. I'm not taking it to the ballot because I think most people are in favor of us improving our downtown, our neighborhoods. And taxing, I don't see that as a good opportunity. I think for growth, it's redirection. And we just gotta change our thinking because we think it worked out. Things are working. We're on a good path. Yeah, I'd like to bring it back with some more information.
So, again, thank you for the presentation. It's difficult because as council member, but as I said, this has been something that's kind of been pushed down over. In fact, I think I requested this a little over a year ago, so it's taken this long just to get to this point. So my concern is it just sits out there. I really want to see us come back and do something. I don't think that parcel tax is necessary, and that's a lot of work. But I do feel like when I was trying to find something in our code, I did find nuisance, I did find things specifically to housing, and I think that's covered. But I just don't feel like there's something there regarding for properties that sit vacant, and I'm not talking a couple of months, I'm talking years and years. And it drags the whole, community down, and when you've got, especially along on the street, and they're sitting empty for years. So, I feel like we need to do something that might just be as simple as an ordinance similar to the nuisance ordinance, but specifically around, the buildings. That's kind of what I was looking for. So I think we could bring it back. I maybe discuss it a little bit more. I just don't want it to carry on forever. I think it feels like we just don't get there and it just takes so long. So I'm not sure at this point if there's a new direction or.
Yeah, maybe we could just go through the exercise. I think I've heard almost some consensus there. So I want to make sure that I'm hearing it correctly, because it may be where we could bring something back more fleshed out instead of a repeat of this.
Yes.
So it sounds like looking at the ordinance itself and maybe making some suggested, some tweaks to that or some additions around clarifying the commercial aspect versus more of the residential side. There was a mention earlier about some of the fees associated with that. I'd like to point out on the fee side, we would look at what we think the program would cost and go for 100% cost recovery on that to make sure that the fees capture those costs. It is a challenge. You don't know exactly how many properties would qualify for that. So your fees could be enough to pay for half of it, right? So it does have workload impacts, but we would look at the cost, what we think the fee recovery would be. There's typically like our speaker, Mr. Flynn had mentioned, that there's usually some sort of registration process or something to that extent with the program. So then you would have that fee associated with it there. So we could come back and just own it down and get the direction for an ordinance there, or we could come back with some prospective ordinance changes, so. Sounds like we're almost there, I'm just not quite sure, so.
What's the sense of bring that in ordinance or bring that some more fleshed out?
I heard agree on ordinance, but
I'd say ordinance.
I would definitely support ordinance. I don't want to see us like you said, waste time and for it not to come back. I'd like something to come back a little more complete.
Yeah, let's stop kicking.
So, Mr. Flynn, do you have any other questions?
Thank you.
I think it's pretty clear. I'm almost hearing though like a hybrid where we're talking about restructuring the fee schedule right now. And that might be something to look at as well in terms of the enforcement or the actual personnel that's going to require to do whatever the program becomes. I think that's all part of the enforcement, and that's where it becomes effective. You might have it on the books, but if you don't apply it, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very nice.
Sure. Thank you.
Informational report for the Optimism Rescue Investigation. When you getting that, or is that staff?
Yes, Madam TC, staff is here. I'm going to present that report. As you know, the city council requested a report on that incident on the rescue, alleged rescue that was supporting our enemies. So we have Supervisor Bautista and Officer Harvey, who primarily were in charge of that investigation to follow for the year to provide that staff.
Good evening, Eli Harvey, I'm a control officer. I was a primary officer on the case. So you guys kind of read everything, so I want to be very brief. But essentially, we got the report in November. The reporting party stated that they had not been on the property for 6 months, but they were a volunteer there. So we got the info. We started to work with the RP, try to get more info, to try to see if we can build a case to get enough evidence to get a search warrant. At some point, the reporting party stopped all communications. That is when I attempted to reach out to one of the founders, in which then we did an interview. They disclosed some info there that was very concerning, which then led me to get a search warrant at that time. We went in there and we saw everything that was kind of out there now on the news and stuff like that. It was a very task. It was a hard task. The staff, we all did an amazing job. And it was a lot. We're still feeling the aftermath of it now, but it's still a lot.
Good evening, council, supervisor, staff. I'm just here to kind of give the general overlay of the memo I had submitted, that chief had submitted, sorry, in regards to the investigation. I know there have been several claims that there have been multiple reports that were previously reported to our department that went without in terms of investigation or anything like that. I can let you know now that there's been 2 reports regarding this rescue in its entirety. One was a lead tip, an anonymous tip that's something online. Report in regards to dogs specifically on the property that named one of the founders of the rescue. We stated that they had left their dog in deplorable conditions. So Supervisor Els and myself responded at the time, verified that the dogs were in good health, with informational photographs of that. There was nothing that we could act upon at that point. We all had been impounded, so that was closed out. The next call we received was in 2021. A former adopter from the rescue was stating that the animals at SBC, or sorry, PetSmart, that SBC was working with at the time to generate adoptions for their rescue animals. It stated that the animal had been adopted for sick with herpes, and been left in conditions that were unsuitable for a cat. So we called PetSmart. There was no issues at that time in 2021. I contacted the vets that she had taken for animal 2. which they had described that the animal was described as being in a very poor condition and malnourished. So those were unfounded by the vets. The records I received didn't indicate any such thing as negligence on the part of the animal. We still went out there and did a welfare check, and I know that the information photographs are attached, so it's a pretty night and day difference from what we discovered in 2024. Looking back at the room and comparing the photos, it's to see it get that bad. It was definitely hard to see, but those allegations, I think, you know, are false. So, if anybody has any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, thank you both for not only your service to our city, but thank you for the report. And then I do want to just take the moment to thank anybody that was out there volunteering in the community, anybody that came and dropped off food, anybody that reached out with information, support in any way, shape, or form. Thank you all for doing that. So I do have some questions. We received a memo, and I'm just wondering, it's my understanding the memo is not confidential, that it can be given out to the public. Have we given that memo out to the public? Have we provided the public that memo?
The memo is attached as part of the agenda.
Okay. I knew that. Thanks. Prior to that, did we give it out to them at all or no?
It was shared with council, but not, you know.
Wonderful, thank you. Some things that I saw, officers, was that each incident that was reported, that when you went to the house both times, there was no answer. And then days went by the time you went back, and then you were able to make contact with them and then go into the house. I'm just assuming that they could have had time to clean up and to make it look like if there was not neglect there. And if that's the case, did you go into every room, every nook, every cranny to make sure that there weren't other animals that were being hidden? There was talk about a freezer as well. Did you look into all of those things during that time? I don't know if it was you or previous employees, but I'm just wondering about that.
So, we didn't receive any reports about anything in the freezer, so that would give us pause to then initiate any sort of investigation. So, that wasn't the thing, it was only thing to the rooms inside the actual homes that were expected to.
Okay, so every room was checked during both of those investigations?
Only the rooms where animals were housed.
That they told you animals were housed? Okay, all right. Any policy recommendations from you guys as to what other communities are doing to ensure that we can do a better job of partnering with all the nonprofits and that are here in our community?
I can answer that, I think that's part of the ad hoc committee, and we're gonna be coming back with some suggestions, because they're looking into all of this at more in depth, and I believe that's gonna be coming back to the council with, some suggestions.
Yeah, so again, last time I stated this publicly, I'll say it again, I am not in favor of vetting this through the ad hoc committee. I think we're elected to make a decision, and something that happened that was so egregious like this needs to happen now. I don't want to waste any more time. So what policies are discussed, or do you have any recommendations that other communities are doing that we can adopt sooner rather than later?
I don't have any recommendations right now.
Okay. Can we look at some and bring it back to the council to be decided?
Yes, I think that's part of the plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to echo some of the Viceman's comments as well. Well done. Some very crappy situation you guys inherited. And I think you did an exceptional job. It also was a real clear and convincing evidence of need, what the community does and how outreach they work. Having said all of that, I really would like this to be tried in court of law, not public opinion. And so I'm going to limit my comments. But one of my bigger concern, and Chief, maybe this will be addressed to the ad hoc committee. I I'm gonna respect the policies and the recommendations, but I really want to look at it from a different perspective of land use and of regular inspection, whether it be annual, semi-annual. And then also the bigger issue that I think needs to be addressed, maybe through that, maybe too. Confirm for me that while this was in the city hall, so it was actually in an unincorporated pocket within the city hall, so am I correct?
It's,
Yes.
So it's county, and so, and we provide animal control services for the county. And so I think as we look to negotiate in future for costs, this is a classic example. How many hours in a total animal control staff time and law enforcement in general do we have caught up in this ballpark? How many hours? 100, 200, 500?
I don't have an exact answer for you on that. I
Okay.
would say personally, I worked personally 7 days straight. So you did not, it was a lot of staff hours.
And that's what I presume, but I think this goes back to earlier conversations about whether it be in the city or the county. You can't predict, nobody could predict this was gonna happen. And when it happened, it's an all hands on deck situation, and I believe it would be helpful to know total number of hours invested in this to put us in a better position to negotiate with the county moving forward, because you never know when the next one's gonna happen. Go ahead, Chief, thank you.
No, Burns. I think that's one of the things we'll look into, but the existing contract that we currently does stipulate that if an event like this happens and the county pays 100% of it. So that's part of the contract already. That would put in there because we had by an Easter locations, we had other rescue or places in South County several years ago with similar situations like this. So that's going to be part of the contract, and I think that's going to be part of the discussion as we move forward to renew the contract and consider putting it.
Perfect, thank you, Chief, for the clarification. Thank you, man, thank you for that.
yeah, I first, you know, I am interested in for our nonprofits for animals. That's, maybe doing a routine check or spot check every once a year or annually, but a spot check. Not really, just stop in, say hi, to make sure that everything's okay. I'll say the rest of my comments.
I echo what everybody said. Thank you so much. You guys have worked very hard and honest about doing this. Very difficult, with all of the groups that came in and helped you, because I mean, this was beyond, you didn't have staff to handle 200 cats and all of the dogs, and so they all stepped up and did the job that you guys all worked together, and it was just, it was very touching to me to hear everyone's stories around, you know, how difficult it was. It wasn't just difficult for the rescue, it was difficult for you all too. And I do think we've had some really good discussions. I was happy that the chief attended the meeting and had some input on things that we can do, and I know we're working on it, and I think it's exactly the right way to be doing it. The folks are in the field, working with the animals as well as you are, who are more expert. The one question I have has to do with the idea of this being county. There's different laws that govern this, right? They have different, they don't have, their limits on animals are different than ours, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Can you tell me what are the limits for county for animals?
So right now it's 8 cats and there's not a limit to dogs.
Okay, well, I don't have further questions right now, I'll save the comments for later. Do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Mayor Casey, there are two quick comments for this item. The first speaker is Natalie Day, to be followed by Elias Linus.
Intervention. I have a question about the report that you submitted. Hey, it's me. On May 28th, 2021, at approximately 9:42, Susie Alarcon contacted the animal shelter by telephone
Alarcon was informed that animal control officers would need to conduct a welfare check of animals currently on the property. Alarcon agreed to meet with officers on June 1st, 2021. That was 4 days later. Do we call, when we get a retip for a cocaine house down the street, we call that guy up and say, hey, we got a report, I got a snitch, and a report saying that we're selling cocaine. We're gonna come by in 3 days and see if that's true. That's not our, I don't understand how that can be our protocol in this. Is it? Actually, I do understand why. It's because some people don't hold some of the animals in regard the same as the others. We can tell by the way that laws are written. We can tell by this is a really disappointing thing. I mean, I feel like we dropped the ball on that, and giving all those cats away to rescues and not taking every single one of them to a vet was ruining the evidence. The evidence is the cat. The evidence is the malnourished cat in a trap. It's not the cat 3 days later that's decompressed and been great and taken to the vet then. It's the cat that comes out of that house right then, and the dog that comes out of that house right then, which the dogs did go to the vet, but the cats did not. Thank you.
The next public speaker is Elliot Lewis.
First of all, thank you for the work that you do and the circumstances that you went into. I mean, just looking at the pictures, there's no way, and most of us could stomach what you did, and you continue to do the work. And what happened, we really don't know. That these people got overwhelmed. They got so overwhelmed, it became too much for them to ask for help. We don't know that. We don't know if they intentionally did that. I doubt that they intentionally did this. I just, in my thing is just, they just became overwhelmed. And so for the public opinion, as Mr. Councilman Byrne says, it's just jumping to conclusions out there and claiming that, you know, the city staff didn't do their job, and saying that, you know, the police chief was, you know, covering up all these other things. You know, I don't know if the public knows nowadays, but you know, the 4 days, however long it took from a report in 2021 and they went in there, that was in 2021, and it was great. Obviously, they saw it. They're not hiding, they're not making any stories up, but something happened between that time and whatever the conditions were. The conditions could have just occurred within the last 2 years, within the last 3 years, whatever it is. But in 2021, when they're doing there, I'm going to believe what staff says, and I'm not going to believe what's out there on social media. I want to thank the staff for the work they're doing. I want to thank the fact that they're still going forward, and you have an ad hoc committee, and you have to have an ad hoc committee because you don't have the time to have 5 city council members sitting in there with public opinions coming in here as well and making accusations. The ad hoc is the way to go. And I believe that the staff that's doing right now is doing the best job they can do. Now, what you're going to do is you learn from what happens. It's in the county, and we have animal control. And is there a registration process? How many nonprofits are out there taking care of animals? I know there's one place that takes care of horses, another one that takes care of ostriches out on Cienega. Who's keeping track of all that? Is there a registration process? And I understand something about limits. There either is a limit or there isn't a limit. Unless you're a veterinarian, I think that's a possibility to be within the city limits. But if you're going to be doing this kind of rescue thing, I don't think it should be within city limits. Of course, this was not in the city limits, but it's something to look into.
Those are all the public comments, but we have to decide.
Oh, starting with that for deliberation, do you have any comments?
I do have some comments.
Okay.
So first and foremost, yeah, we can't make assumptions, and I did hear a lot of assumptions out there now, to be honest with you. number one, it's our job, I think, to be very truthful and transparent. And I appreciate you, the staff, for doing that and putting all the information out there. We've got to be factual as well. People are gonna make assumptions. That's fine, but we're here to create policy for the people who elected us into office, and I take that role very seriously. So I think we're very capable of bringing that up here. We should do it in a public meeting, a public setting, not at an ad hoc. We need to do it here, we need to do it now. That would be my position. I don't think that my colleagues would agree with that, but my worst fear is that the animals who cannot speak for themselves might find themselves in a situation like this again from now till then. That's what I want to prevent. So that's the sense of urgency from me. Can we predict what's going to happen? No, but we can be very preventative about it. And that's why I think we need to go that way. So I'd like to know what preventive measures we can have, what policies we can adopt, what recommendations, in partnership with our friends that have been helping us throughout this whole process. And then you mentioned the costs. Chief Reynoso, that the county is responsible for 100% of the cost that's in our contract. Is that happening? Are we billing them for the 7 days of work that the officer spent?
Yes, and we can find the contract that they go forward.
Okay, so we have to get the question answered to Councilmember Burns about how much time was spent on this. I think that should be public as well. And then we need to have the county pay their part, not just with this, but there's other issues aside from that, right? So 100% of the cost is going to be billed to the county. And yeah, I'm very happy to hear that. There's processes, it sounds like, the removal of the animals that I was not made aware of until one of the speakers who I trust their opinion very highly in, that needs to be taken into an account. So if we did not follow the proper process, then what can we do to partner with our friends to make sure we follow those processes in the future? And all of these conversations should be happening up here once again. Thank you to our partners, thank you to all of the residents, and thank you to the staff. I don't know what else to say other than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to trust in the ad hoc committee. I believe they've been tasked with their work and they will deliver what's the request of this council at large. The one piece that is missing, and we didn't ask for it, but I do think it would be interesting to hear what the district attorney has to say about all this, because this is absolutely criminal action. And maybe it's the VA's policy to remain silent, because at the end of the day, with all the public furor that's been out on this, I'm not convinced that these folks, if they choose to go to trial, will get a trial in our county, because this has been a big deal, and it is a big deal. But again, I think it should be tried in the court of law, not in the court of public opinion. And so, thank you for the clarification. Thank you for the reports, and job well done, Animal Control Police Department, and all the nonprofits and the volunteers. I really am proud to be here and part of all. So thank you.
Yeah, I trust that. I trust animal control because they know about it. And because of that, it's like, you get to know people. It's like, I don't pay attention a lot to social media because I think it's a lot of just false information. I know, I trust that you guys are doing the right thing. I know the ad hoc committee is, if it's any clear direction, you guys, or policy that needs to be implemented, it will be added through the ad hoc and the council. And I'm sure, that you guys have alternatives for counseling, because you know what? I know you guys' hearts. And when you guys come in, it's not what you want to see. And then there must have been really conflicting inside, because it's terrible what you're seeing, but you're actually seeing. So thank you. Thank you.
I'm just relieved that, you did a good job. I know in the discussions on that, I know enough about the law to be doing this, but I know you had to follow certain language was one of the things that you mentioned, it's, you had to get that search warrant, you had to do it the right way, you couldn't just jump in there and, but you did it the right way so that you could prosecute the case. If you do something wrong, you just will get thrown out. So I appreciate you following the process. And as I said, the ad hoc has already had some preliminary discussions, but then we'll discuss it more. And I hope that Chief, you'll come back and share your expertise as well with us, because I think it's helpful. We do need to do something. I'm not sure what that something will look like. We've had a couple of suggestions, and we'll bring some suggestions about. They come back to the council, and the council will be the ones to make the decision. The ad hoc is merely exploring it and can go in depth, and that's the way it should work. So that's my feeling. Thank you again for the presentation. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
I remember you told me that I was in there. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Yes. Are you the one, the birds? Hey, you like, what was your name? Sarah.
Okay, can we put slash five, can you do another one, you need one separate one?
Any separate ones. Yep.
You must be so. Don't say that to our sister. I accept your sister. Good to see you. Sarah. You recorded? Still in?
Still.
Do you have any parrots?
I did for a while, I thought I lost them, I felt cockatiel, and then now I put it down.
You're still here in Hollister? Oh, cool. Awesome.
Picture. ¿Aburridas?
What I'm trying to do is like about 5 minutes.
I got it. Yeah. I think we're gonna move on now to item 4. So Hollister motorcycle rally update and direction. Samantha, are you giving a report?
Yeah, it'll be a partnership with myself and the city attorney and the chief of police on this one, so we'll let the city attorney pick up.
Team effort here. So this is a Hollister motorcycle rally status update as requested by the council. So we're going to talk about the 2022 ballot measures, the draft agreements that have been prepared in anticipation of a motorcycle rally, support and outreach efforts, municipal code requirements, additional efforts, and then we'll get some over next steps and hopefully get some additional direction from council. So back on the November 8th, 2022 ballot, there were 2 advisory measures that were put on the ballot. Just the measure themselves, no pros and con arguments were on the ballot for either of these. And again, just advisory measures. The first one was Measure T, 63.03% voted in favor of the motorcycle rally on the July 4th weekend. A yes vote supported advising city government to reestablish the annual Hollister motorcycle rally over 4th of July weekend. Measure U was also on that same ballot, and 57.48% voted against a motorcycle rally over a week prior to or following 4th of July weekend. And no vote in this instance opposed advising the city government to reestablish the annual Hollister motorcycle rally over a week prior to or following the 4th of July weekend. Next, draft agreements were prepared. There were 2 draft agreements that were prepared. The first one was the Interagency Public Safety Agreement. This agreement is for other agencies that would potentially provide some sort of law enforcement support for the rally. And so pursuant to Government Code Section 55632, the city and provider in this instance is going to be the other agencies, would enter into an agreement for the provision of law enforcement pursuant to that government code, and that government code is what allows this, to address the city's increasing need during special events, subject to providers' personnel staffing and availability. Hollister Police Department personnel would be responsible for directing the provider personnel enforcement actions during the event. And the city would be responsible for reimbursement of provider costs associated with deployment of their personnel. Later on in this update, we're also going to show you the flyer that was sent out to all law enforcement agencies, I believe statewide, right, Chief?
That's good.
The other agreement that was prepared was the Roadshows Promotion Agreement, and that's an agreement with Roadshows Inc., which is a Nevada corporation. Some highlights of that agreement, that draft agreement, are that the promoter is responsible for the payment of municipal services fees to the city in the amount of $130,000. Such payment would be made broken up over various states. The promoter would remit to the city 35% of gross sales for all rally-specific merchandise bearing the city's name and or Hollister Independence motorcycle rally that is sold. In addition, this agreement provided that the following costs are the sole responsibility of the promoter. So any costs incurred for entertainment, including stage and sound system rental, booking of bands, acts, or motorcycle performances, displays or activities, the rental of beer tents and bar equipment, temporary fencing and portable toilets, the rental of solid waste dumpsters, trash cans and recycling containers, and costs of any equipment or personnel to set up and maintain traffic controls except for equipment or personnel provided by the city. Under that agreement, the city's responsibilities would be that the city would make all reasonable efforts to ensure adequate essential public safety services are provided. And this would include law enforcement, firefighting services, animal control services, and ambulance response. The city, under this agreement, would determine in its sole and reasonable discretion the number of personnel necessary to provide adequate services. The city would also make all reasonable efforts to ensure the provision of solid waste services, including but not limited to solid waste services for dumpsters, recycling bins, and if necessary, street sweeping. And the city would retain naming rights to the rally and all intellectual property, copyright, and trademarks obtained by it or the promoter arising out of the rally. Under that agreement, the promoter's responsibilities would be complying with the Hollister Municipal Code, comply with all terms and conditions of the public assembly permit, and any other permit or entitlement issued for the rally. Promoter must comply with all local, state, and federal laws and regulations applicable to the rally. And there are some municipal codes that also dictate gatherings, large gatherings. We'll go over those as well. Promoter, in consultation with the city, is responsible for all aspects of planning and organizing the rally, including sponsor, vendor, and talent acquisition. The promoter would work with the city, and the city has the final decision-making authority in selecting participants and is solely responsible for booking, coordinating, and establishing agreements with sponsors, vendors, and talent providers. And then the promoter must develop and implement a marketing strategy to promote the rally. For all purposes, promoter has to ensure that the rally is known and referred to as the Hollister Independence Motorcycle Rally. The promoter would be responsible for the management and coordination of all rally vendors, events, motorcycle displays, and activities, and must ensure that all activities comply with all the laws. Promoter is solely responsible for executing all applicable agreements with all sponsors and ensuring sponsors comply with local, state, and federal laws and regulations. The promoter also is to ensure that all agreements executed by participants provide for complete indemnification of the city for any and all acts, errors, or omissions that occur as a result of the rally. And in coordination with the city, promoter must obtain security services from a reputable security company to control the food and merchandise vendor sites during all times outside of normal operating hours. Lots for the promoter to do. The promoter must ensure that adequate sanitation services and devices, including portable toilet units, portable hand washing units, will be provided in sufficient numbers for all persons attending and providing services at the rally. The promoter will also ensure that portable toilet units are cleaned and emptied prior to the start of each day of the rally, and that all hand washing units are adequately stocked and restocked throughout the rally. The promoter is going to advertise and promote the rally in electronic, print, audio, and visual media, and in a manner that is reasonably calculated to maximize their effectiveness. The promoter will be responsible for obtaining all applicable building permits for all stages and generators as part of the event. The promoter must also ensure that all vendors receive city business licenses, city building permits, and San Benito County health permits as required. Promoter must ensure that all rally-specific merchandise is only labeled Hollister Independence Motorcycle Rally, and that any other merchandise with city's name shall not be sold or distributed unless agreed upon in writing by the city and promoter, or sitting in any applicable vendor. So those are the highlights from the two agreements. Obviously, they have more legalese to them. In contacting the promoter, the city manager spoke with him, and he is still available and ready to perform for the rally, even though these dates are quickly approaching. So the promotional material, I'll show you the flyer, but it states that the Hollister Rally has occurred on and off for the last 24 years. The event last occurred in 2017. Historically, the police department relied on outside agencies to assist during this weekend event, and past rallies have reported up to attendance of up to 50,000 people. The promotional material states that compensation will be offered to the officers, the law enforcement that would help, complimentary refreshments and sit-down meal, hotel accommodations for officers traveling over 70 miles away from multiple day deployments. There would be a fully burdened officer overtime rate and then a 10% admin fee. And I don't know if you want to expand on the admin fee at all.
Yeah, the admin fee is intended to provide compensation for the municipality itself for going through the process of going under contract, billing, all of those types of things. So often when we see agencies work together, there'll be a 10%, what's called a de minimis rate, where that's like a floor that you can work from an admin side, because there's often work that goes behind the scenes that in order to get there for the billing, all of those set of items, we wanted to make sure that we made a compensation available on that as well, not just for straight reimbursement of certain items.
And so here, I know it's kind of hard to see in its full glory, but here was a promotional material that was sent to every law enforcement agency in California. And then we're gonna get into the support and outreach and the response that we got from the agencies that did respond, and that we reached out to as well. That I should say that Chief reached out to and most of them. So support and outreach. Efforts of city staff with security being the main priority. And I do want to state that, and this is toward the end as well, but we started having weekly meetings regarding the rally back in November or December. We started early. So there were 3 requests for assistance through the California Chiefs of Police Association message board. And this is all in addition to that flyer being sent. Which has as their members all the chiefs of police of the state of California, including university police departments. 3 requests for assistance through the California State Sheriff's Association by Sheriff Eric Tiller, and I have a letter that I'll read from Sheriff Tiller. Requests for assistance to the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Requests for assistance to Monterey County Probation Department, San Benito County Probation, Santa Clara Probation Department, Merced County Probation Department, San Mateo Probation Department, and multiple Central Valley agencies, including City of Fresno. There was a request from San Jose PD, or to San Jose PD for their secondary employment division. This was the letter from Sheriff Taylor, and I'm going to read it because the print's just too small. So it states, last year we discussed the possibility of the motorcycle rally returning to Hollister, and I advised I would assist in any possible way. Since our last meeting, I have participated in several events, which included all the 58 county sheriffs of the state of California. I have shared with those sheriffs the needs of the city of Hollister and willingness of your city to contract with outside police and sheriffs for assistance for that rally weekend. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find any sheriff who feels they are able to assist. All the sheriffs in the state of California appear to be dealing with the same issues. I have fear with low staffing and fewer qualified personnel applying for peace officer positions. Last month, I participated in a training course in which I was the only sheriff in the course full of chiefs of police. I met several chiefs of police who were familiar with the event and had mentioned Chief Reynoso's request for assistance. Those chiefs also expressed the same concerns with the sheriffs and advised they could not spare personnel to assist the city of Hollister. In previous years, when the rally was held in Hollister, my agency was not able to assist in the downtown rally because of the need for public safety in the unincorporated county and our contracted city of San Juan Bautista. When the rally was held in the city, hundreds, if not thousands, of those same attendees would also congregate in the city of San Juan Bautista, Tres Pinos, and other popular areas in the county like Bellato Park, McAlpine Lake, Thousand Trails, and other locations where people would camp for the night. If the rally was to be held this year, I would have to use my personnel to stay available to respond to calls for service in the county. It has also been increasingly difficult for my deputies to respond from one side of the county to another. On a busy holiday weekend, and especially if there's a rally, I would have to assign additional deputies to stay in different areas of the county to have a reasonable response time for calls for services or emergencies. I also have several vacant correctional officer positions at the county jail. During the last rally, my agency assigned several correctional officers and a transport van to the downtown rally. Anyone arrested during the rally would be booked at the Briggs building, and my personnel would transport the arrested to the jail. This system would allow your downtown officers to stay there and not spend time having to respond to the jail. Unfortunately, due to staffing issues at the jail, I wouldn't be able to offer that this year. I wish you and the Hollister Police Department the best during the rally, and I stand committed to help in any other capacity, such as an emergency or a request for mutual aid. However, I cannot commit any personnel to assist with the Hollister Police Department for a proposed motorcycle rally this year. And I don't know, Chief, if you want to go into that concept of mutual aid right now.
Sure, I can do that.
Okay.
Mutual aid process in the state of California was first established in the 1950s, and it could be regionally or statewide, and it could be as simple as a quick assistance of something that got quickly out of control and neighboring agencies participating, or it could be a regional thing of several more agencies even further away that within the same region, or it could be a statewide thing. And most of those cases are instances of natural disaster, earthquakes, or something like that. Mutual aid, it goes through the sheriff's office of every county. They are the designated person for an operational area to request mutual aid. The first step of mutual aid is the agency, for instance, Hollister. If something is happening here that we don't have enough resources to deal with that, we reach out to the sheriff's office. And then they can use their law enforcement resources to deal with whatever the situation is. If the sheriff in turn does not have enough resources to deal with it, then he reaches out to mutual aid. Our region is headquartered in Alameda County. They would make a call to Alameda County and request assistance. We would have to request specifically what we would need in a situation like this, and most likely personnel officers in an emergency. And most of the time we'll be waiting about an hour and a half for those first officers to start showing up from the neighboring agencies. However, mutual aid is not for planned events, and the mutual law enforcement mutual aid plan is basically say for planned events. Planned events are not mutual aid incidents for planning purposes. Scheduled events, by their nature, are potentially beyond the ability of local control, require the affected jurisdictions as a matter of responsible planning to meet with the promoters, the sheriff, and other appropriate government entities to ensure that law enforcement presence is adequate and that public safety is protected. Such planning may result in memorandum of understanding or contract between the local government hosting the events, specific law enforcement agencies and the event promoter. So that's exactly what we've been doing when we pass it out. But that's stipulated in there. That's for planned events, not for mutual aid, is mostly for emergencies, for things that are not planned. And now there could be a planned event that turns into mutual aid if it's out of control, but they really emphasize on having adequate security for your events you're going to be planning.
Okay, and then additional support and outreach. The city requested assistance from the California Highway Patrol. The captain of the local Hollister Gilroy office, Phil Cooper, advised in previous years he could gather additional staff. However, he advised a major movement was recently made by the governor of the state to move a substantial number of CHP officers to patrol in the Oakland, California area. The situation in that area has grown increasingly worse, and the movement of resources has drastically reduced the number of officers available to assist. He advised the CHP did not have adequate resources to assist. Captain Cooper has since retired, and the new CHP commander is yet to be named at this time, but I think he was just named, wasn't he? He was here tonight.
What's his name? Yes, Captain Cody, he was just here earlier, so he's the new captain commander of this area. We got to meet him today for the first time. I did ask him about this, and he concurred with the retired Phil Cooper. And he advised that not only does the CHP have resources to put in Oakland, but also in San Francisco. They've increased the numbers in San Francisco, and he said the numbers that any extra officer that they would have been deployed to the Bay Area. And he's not, he stood with the previous statement of the CHP.
So, requests have either been unanswered or have advised they do not have adequate personnel in their agencies to support sending officers to Hollister, or they do not have adequate training concerning riot control procedures implemented by the state, or they do not have staff trained to deal with situations like a rally. There was an offer of a team from CDCR and 4 officers from Kingsford PD, and an offer of 2 officers from another San Joaquin Valley Police Department. There was a recent inquiry from Placer County Sheriff's Office, but they assumed this was a mutual aid project. And once they understood it was a planned event, they didn't seem interested A mutual aid event indemnifies the responding agency, provides complete reimbursement of actual costs, and covers workman's comp coverage. Additionally, nearby departments have advised that they cannot assist our city because in the years that we've had the rally event, there have been issues in their city. They described an increase in parties hosting bikers, and the hotels have been full of rally attendees. We have an increase in calls for services involving cars and complaints associated with the event in our city. Therefore, even if they didn't have vacancies in their departments, they would need their personnel available subject to call back in their city during the holiday weekend. It appears at this time there is less than 15% of the staff the city had during the last rally in 2017. However, that was the amount of people that we could get at that time, and not nearly enough for the city's municipal code requirements for an event that size, and less than half of the numbers the city had in the early 2000 rallies. And so your municipal code requirements, chapter 12.36, parades and public assemblies. That's what this section addresses. In particular, action on permit applications. So permits conditioning or denial of a permit. So there are factors the city would need to take into account. So the size of the event will require diversion of so many city police officers to ensure that participants stay within the boundaries or route of the event, and to protect participants in the event so as to prevent or jeopardize reasonable protection of the rest of the city. Provided, however, that nothing herein authorizes the denial of a permit because of the need to protect participants from the conduct of others if reasonable permit conditions can be imposed. And another section said, given the size and nature of the event, the reasonably available number of city police officers, firefighters, and other personnel is not sufficient to ensure the safety of participants or the attending public. And those are reasons to deny the permits. Additional efforts. So staff, as I mentioned earlier, has been meeting weekly to discuss and plan in an effort to move the rally forward. And when I say we started meeting weekly, it didn't mean that things weren't occurring before then. We've been talking about the rally, but then made a commitment to, we need to nail this down. Staff evaluated the cost of fencing and additional security needs to address the entry and exit points. If you were to do the fencing and perhaps security firms, security officers to maybe patrol the areas of a fenced-in area. Staff also looked at other potential locations for the rally and identified an issue with having a rally in another location. It could inevitably end up with at least 2 rally locations, and then you would have a need for additional police personnel. One thing we didn't look at, but a council member had mentioned, was the use of drones. So I don't know if that's something we can look at further as part of some sort of protection effort. But at this point, I'll let Dave and Chief weigh in with final comments.
Yeah, so as we went through this process and looked at how it's been done in the past and what's worked in the past, I'm of the opinion that the model that we used in the past, we will not be able to replicate. So if the intention is to have the rally going forward, we're going to have to look at different ways of doing it. I think the agencies that once provided support either no longer exist, insurance rules have changed, that type of thing. So there is a shortage out there of law enforcement. It creates a challenge for those agencies if they are publicly stating a shortage, yet are sending folks to our community to do extra work and extra projects. And so I know that there was discussion the last time we brought this forward about looking at fencing and making it a more secure kind of in and out privilege type event. In talking with the promoter, even bouncing it off as recent as this afternoon, just I knew there may have some additional questions. The promoter is supportive of that and has dedicated flexibility to that, as well as working with private security if that was the route that the council chose to go. But in looking at just going through this process and trying to get X amount of law enforcement officers, even if you get halfway there, that doesn't get you all the way there. And so then those other agencies might pull away because you don't have a full complement there. So I think that as the council and as the staff, we need to look at that model, because just the current climate of bringing in a full cadre of law enforcement officials I'm not sure we're gonna be able to get there. So that was a discussion with the promoter. If there was flexibility and willingness on his behalf, could he pull it off in time? And he has assured that if that was the will of the council, that he is willing to get it off the ground and work with staff. I wanted to also do that. Just to go through, we discussed the fencing before, and I think the issue with the fencing is that I think the bikers want to be able to ride in through the route. That's been repeated over and over again. The 1 year when the rally didn't allow that, there was a lot of upset people. So it'll be really hard to fence it and then have to secure it. Because you put fence around the downtown, anybody can just knock that fence over. It's a temporary fence. You would have to spend more resources and time and having security at the fence, down the whole fence of the forward. And one of the reasons why initially we're not using security, just only security for the beer gardens, is because this event is happening in your city streets. There's public infrastructure involved here. And regardless of where we hire these officers, they all have the minimum standards of post requirements in the state of California. They could be a Gilroy Top, Morgan Hill, they could be Wattsville Cinemas, and we know that they have the minimum standards of post. And there's requirements for everything that post has requirements for everything. How you handle all the different types of police work. When you hire security officers, you don't know who you're hiring, you don't know what kind of training they've had. And oftentimes it might even increase more liability because you hired the security guard and they don't know how to properly handle a situation. The primary goal of a security guard is to observe and report. And we really need those officers that they're reporting to. If there's not enough officers there and the security guard reporting something, it's not gonna be safe to do that. And I will point out that all the casinos in Nevada are full of private security guards, and there's still events that have happened there, shootings and fights involving motorcycle gangs inside the casinos. It doesn't seem to be a deterrent for that. So that is our main concern, and I think city manager mentioned it, but we did get roughly only 15% of the people that we used in 2017. But I'm not sure that they would still be on board if they knew that they were only part of 15%. If those agencies realize that this is it, this is all you're gonna have, there's a possibility they might pull their people back and not want to send them into a situation where they would be so outnumbered. And I think there was mention of a drone. Yes, drones are really good to get an aerial view of what's going on. They're very great tools to have. But right now we're looking at a situation where I don't have enough officers. And if I were using a drone, I would have to dedicate one of those officers to operate the drone. And so they're doing that. And the drone only tells us what's happening. It doesn't necessarily stop criminal crimes from happening.
Okay, are we ready for some questions? Yes.
Thank you. So this year, it seems like the staff is saying that they cannot make reasonable efforts to ensure adequate essential public safety services are provided. Is that correct?
Using the previous law enforcement model.
Okay. So I've been here, I've been coming to City Hall since 2014. It's always the same thing. I forgot what the rationale was last year. Was it the same reason that we didn't have the rally last year?
Yes.
And the year before that?
Yes, it's been stacked for several years.
I remember one time it was workman's comp as well.
No, I think it's always been staffing. Workman's comp is a side issue in that the city used to cover the workman's comp of those agencies that would come to assist us. And that was added in the mid-2000s so that we can encourage these agencies to send us their officers. And most recently, the city took the position that we wouldn't cover that workman's comp.
So
But took that position based on a recommendation from the list manager.
Yeah. So just so we're clear, every year it's the city staff or the city that is not able to make good on our end of the contract, but promoters willing to do it, everybody else, but it always falls on us, it sounds like. Is that a correct assumption to make?
Yes, because we're responsible for public safety.
Yeah, and some years I've seen that it was also politicized between council members, out of the 10 years that I've been here. But have you, so what other areas, or what other motorcycle rallies are happening throughout the country that you know of?
Well, just one, and, I believe Leesburg in Florida still has an event, and we also have events in Daytona.
Okay, how about Laughlin?
I'm not familiar with Laughlin.
Okay, and then have you looked into how they're doing it?
Those models usually involve areas that are made for events like this. They're Laughlin, similar to Las Vegas, and Reno. They cater to these types of events, and they largely happen on private properties, on casino property.
Okay, Daytona?
Yeah, Daytona, it's the same thing. It happens along a lot of different private entities or private companies along the beach and through the separate boulevards and stuff.
Okay, is there anything that you've encountered as to what we can do to adopt what they're doing there to bring here to the Hollister?
I think if you Google the Daytona and the issues that they've had, that city is suffering with a lot of the same issues that we have here of not having enough officers and even putting, I think some of them are looking to curfew because it gets a lot of them. But that's a huge event. It's Daytona is a massive event that happens on these films. You're not saying it to us, so are they having factors in recent times? I don't know if they have it or not.
They recently just had it and the promoter was in attendance there. So the one happened. So.
Okay, so they're successively having rallies every year. And all these other people are as well. So I'm just wondering, what is it that we can do on our end that they're doing, they're able to successfully do it? Because I am a big supporter of it. So I'm trying to connect the dots here. You know, what's happened? Why is it that we can't have a rally every single year? Other people are having it. And I would imagine that if there's this, whatever the rationale is, that everybody's experiencing, and not just the city policy. How do we get there?
Yeah, and I know we had some challenges due to COVID as well during that we didn't have this part of that. I think in some of those areas as well, there is, they're not having the law enforcement shortages that we're having as well in California. California is its own unique, although nationwide there's impacts in law enforcement, we're feeling it very heavily.
Okay, so that, again, it's like the same concern every year. We get to this point and we're, oh, we can't do it, it's too late. At some point it becomes too late. So I think the direction was, what can we do to make it happen? Yet we're still at that same point. So that's what I'm wondering, I guess, for next year is, what can we do to make it happen with the other cities are doing? And maybe we should go over there. Maybe we should, I think that was a recommendation that was said by the council members at one time. Let's go down there and meet with them and find out.
Yeah, and I know we had an advisory vote that said that there was not an interest in the weekend before, the weekend after. There could be a bit of interest if we worked with other law enforcement agencies to the weekend before or after to see if maybe that has an impact, because they're going to have activities in their community as well. I know that the magic of the event is the 4th of July weekend, but that could be a challenge as well.
And if memory serves me correct,
areas as well.
If memory serves me correct, we're going to recap that discussion, and we ended up right back here where we are now. If I'm not mistaken, I'll be quite honest with you.
Thank you, Mayor. So, a couple qualifying questions. So I saw the number 50,000 attendees, an approximation. What was it based on, and is it a cons or is it a guesstimate? Because I've never seen any real efficient and effective data collected on any of the past rallies.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't employed here at the time, but unless you are counting in and outs and you know, that it's not gonna be an exact science.
Right, but 50,000 is bigger than the city when everybody's home.
Absolutely.
And our PD struggles with policing with full staff in this city. So if it's 50,000, we're doubling our population, but we're not doubling our police department. Makes no sense to me. From the city attorney's legal perspective, I'm hearing like no's for moving this forward. So
Well, I am risk averse, but we did get the, your risk manager to weigh in, who weighed in on the workman's comp piece and, yeah, my recommendation would be,
like, no, I didn't.
yes.
So, and I guess my follow-up question to that comment, though, city attorney, is if you're advising as executive leadership for the city hall, sir, that this just can't happen, and it's not because nobody wants it to happen, because I think the spirit is we do, but if we go forward and somebody does get hurt, is there any liability to the city, given the fact that you're saying we don't have the resources, is what I've heard.
Well, yeah, so when people sue, they want a recovery and they don't care who gives them that recovery, right? So they'll name as many parties as they can name, maybe even the officers who show up to assist, right? And then all the defendants point their finger at each other. No, we're not liable, you're liable. Now the promoter does indemnify, but if it's a $10 million lawsuit because someone died, what are the coverages that the promoter has? And then you're still involved in it, you still have to get out of it.
Right, and so, I won't say ancient past, but past. Gilroy used to do a very different event called the Gilroy Garlic Festival. And I've never seen anything as well organized for a period of time as that. We all know, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, whatever it's been now, they had an active shooter. There was mass, problems. It stopped existing, and I was told at that time that the city of Gilroy had several pending lawsuits against the city for not hosting, but authorizing to go forward in the city park. Do you have any background on that?
I don't, I could get some information for council, but it doesn't surprise me.
Okay, yeah, again, as much as I want to go there, I'm sensing, again, the timing is just not right, but I'll save most of my, well, I have a few comments I want to move forward with, so I'll save those for the appropriate time. In the presentation, it talks about fully burdened officer overtime rate. So is that an officer overtime rate at our pay scale? Because you go to the Central Valley and some of those people make significantly less. And I know this is recently past Saturday. And so what does that look like cost-wise?
Yeah, it would be whatever the participating agency is paying fully burdened, which means it would be their overtime rate and then their cost of healthcare, their contributions to FICA, those type of things are the full actual cost of the employee themselves, because there's always a benefit rate associated with the salary. So we're not expecting the agency to take a loss in providing the salary.
And I guess my last question is, because I brought this up for 3 years now, I guess it's going to be the 4th year, and definitely the person in the audience in previous years, I've heard that this makes money for the city of Hollister. Do I believe it could? Yes, I do. Is there any clear data that suggests that we're making money on this deal? We as a city, or we as the businesses within the city overall?
So I'm not aware of a formally commissioned economic impact study done by the city. There is a tremendous amount of folks that come into the city and are spending disposable income within the city and the surrounding area as well. The sheriff mentioned his letter around the county as well, and even surrounding cities. As for tying it back to sales tax that has come in versus the amount laid out, I don't believe that there has been a formal study. There's also, the non-direct impacts as well that kind of bleed out from that as well, that impact it. So you're often not going to see a direct sales tax hit that you can perfectly correlate to that, but there's also the extra effects of the impact of the community. Similar when the Super Bowl comes to town, or those type of things, right? There's usually a study done that
Right.
figures for every dollar you laid out, that you got $3 back.
Reinforced and locally or generated.
Correct.
I got it. All right, that concludes my questions, Mayor. Thank you all for the, my time for comment.
Any questions? I don't think I have any questions. I was going to ask about the fire and security, just simply because I know that we've always had these, but that chief, I think you answered my question about that. We know the level, the ability to fully access a place to just checking out the place and taking, from there. So if we have further questions, do we have public comments on this?
Yes, Mayor Casey, we have two speakers. The first is Elias Lewis, to be followed by David Westrick.
Thank you. Been coming here for years regarding the same subject. And if you just listen to your expert, Chief Reynoso, you wouldn't have had to spend all this time and all this money on staff time to come back to the same conclusion. The Garlic Festival shooting was in 2019. That was it. No more Garlic Festival. Although there will be having a rodeo in Gilroy, and the food that was at the Garlic Festival, if you want to go to the rodeo, you're going to be able to get the food there this year. We don't make money. The sales tax, it's all cash, and these people, the vendors, come from out of town. And there was a study years ago. The city manager was not here, but they even brought in. I can't remember because they changed names now, but the franchise for the business license that collects the quarterly taxes, they actually came here at the request of Mickey Luna at the time, Councilmember Luna at the time, and they went walking around because what they're doing is they're taking cash and they're not reporting it. So they get up and they go. The same thing with the beer sales. Nobody keeps track. They're all kegs. Nobody keeps track how many beers come out of a keg and how many, and then it was all cash. So we don't make money. And the most important thing is the liability. And I saw Commander Cody in here, and then when he was done talking, I went over to him and I said, are you going to be able to, to speak, to support Chief Reynoso? Because I know what he's going to say is because California is low on staffing when it comes to law enforcement. Now, I don't know, Post is the most strict education for police officers standards and training. The top, unless you go to the FBI Academy. And that's the same thing that you're going to get in Sturgis in North Dakota or South Dakota, what it is, and you're not going to get it in Florida either. You're not getting the same type of law enforcement experience and quality in those places. So what is it that we can do? What is it that they're doing that we're not doing? Well, they're not getting the same quality. They don't have the same quality that we do in California. And having gone to a measure, which it should have never gone to a measure, because honestly, all you had to do was listen to Chief Reynoso. The man knows what he's talking about. Also, the fire department. The fire department is short-staffed. Where are they during this whole time? And we did have a shooting. It may have been in 2013, I believe, over at the Chevron, somewhere around that time. So it has happened. Mutual aid only happens when the shooting at the Garlic Festival happened. And when we had that shooting here.
The next public speaker is David Westrick.
Here we go. Hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So most of you know me, I'm David Westrick, retired chief of police, and want to say thank you for listening to my comments and appreciate all the great things you've been doing downtown as a council. It's really nice to see that since the pandemic. On this question, it's really about planning, resources, and capacity. I think the chief had a very full and complete report tonight. And we were successful years ago, a couple of rallies. We had about a year and I guess almost 18 months to plan for the first rally.
And at the end of the day, even that first rally that we had in 2013, we still did not have enough people because we just could not get enough of those folks to come in. And of course, 2014, we had the shooting. And again, it's about really planning resources, and the resources here obviously are not as plentiful as they were then. DOJ existed back then, they don't exist anymore. And then, of course, we have a hard time right now even keeping enough public safety members in our city. It's about capacity as well. So again, I think it's important that we have this exercise if there's an interest in it by the public and by the council. But I think that the chief and everyone else has really shown that this year probably is not a great idea this event occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's one of the public comments we have in the session. Let's bring back to some final thoughts, and that's what the you said about
I do, thank you, Mayor. So again, I just, based on the public safety concerns, as much as I want to support moving forward, the evidence is clear and convincing why we can't. I think we would be negligent if we chose to move it forward. But I also think at some point we can redesign and rebrand it. And maybe I heard our chief or current chief talk about how the motorcycle riders want to be able to drive up and down. I get that, but maybe moving forward, it's a enter secured. Some of my notes would be, I do think it could be fenced. I do believe it could be metal scanners or detectors. I do believe it could be supplemented with private security. I do believe that we could use technology to our advantage. And maybe it becomes something different than it has been in the past, but in the recent past, it hasn't been. So why wouldn't we consider maybe doing something different? And, if we're looking not at this year, but next year, which has been a recurring thing since I got on council, we start now, we've got 16 months to figure it out. I do think we do need an economic study on it to know the cost versus the benefit. And I think that there are ways to get to yes. I don't know if the other council members received the email from, I want to say his name's Mr. Chavez. And, his email was quite interesting to me, as in, apparently his group, I don't want to misquote anything here. He's the operation manager for Defense Private Security Incorporated, and he talks about a laundry list of high profile events that their company provides security services for. So, and they talk about working with Mecum Auto Auctions, the Barres Car Show, the Monterey County Sheriff's Posse Grounds, a lot of law enforcement involvement. And so I think there is a way to get to yes. I just don't believe we're going to get to yes yet again this year, but I think we have to think bigger and different. And no, maybe what was once the norm, we just can't get there. And so I would encourage us not to kill it, but to reinvent it would be my goal. And maybe we put it out to a nonprofit. I don't think the city needs to be in the special events business. And so I would like to be broader thinking on this and maybe redesign it. And so I think I'll quit at that point, but I'm disappointed, I will say. Thank you.
I'm also disappointed. I think last year when we put it on the ballot, or this last election when we put it on the ballot, it's like it was a waste of time, waste of money. But everyone wants the ballot. Come on. Everyone wants it, but you know what? It's just not safe. We're talking about funding and what it's going to cost the city. You know what? I don't even know if the city, if it costs the city a little bit of money to have this event, or it's just not for people that are coming into our community. We get to enjoy them coming into our community. So it's really not a financial thing. It's always been a safety thing for me. I do love the staff's thinking. I've said this, as soon as we found out that we can't get enough people on, enough security on that weekend, it's busiest weekend of the summer. So why not change it? Yeah, 3-day holiday weekend, I get it. But you know what? Is a 2-day weekend better than a no-day weekend? What about having it on Hollister's birthday? You know, I've always, that's why I love the staff and the way they think. It's not just about saying no or yes. It's about how we can get to that point. So, I like the idea of, as the city manager was talking about. So keep thinking that way. You guys are doing the city doing a good job. Thank you.
I just want to thank the chief and the staff and city administration, for their diligence. We know that we've, been trying to do the rally now for a couple of years, and I think we either have to reimagine it, or just talk to our community about, you know, we're not going to be able to move forward in the way that we have for the rally in the past. I know in the past we had in that health committee to look at doing other things, like we talked about doing the Leap Pot festival, we talked about doing a little bit more with the wineries and having a tasting or pairing. But we really, if we're doing this for economic development and for not only the small businesses in downtown, but also for the community that they're very proud and they really want for that to happen, well, it may not be this event, it could be something else. So I think maybe we consider revamping or reintroducing our ad hoc to look at what does that look like. Doesn't look like it's going to be happening. Yes, please.
I think I said this last year and I love this quote. Well, it is Groundhog Day here at the city of Hollister, folks. Here we are again. I think Councilmember Brent said repeating things. Councilmember Perez said, yeah, everybody wants it. That's obvious, right? So just for me personally, aside from the out of control growth, I am so passionate about the motorcycle rally and seeing it come to fruition. And we talked about doing a study, Councilmember Brent. There has not been a study done on the motorcycle rally. And we can't get one if we don't have a motorcycle rally. It is really frustrating to sit here for 10 years and for each one of those years, mostly to not see this rally come to fruition. Even Chief Western is coming out of the woodworks to speak on the biker rally. So that was surprising. Anyhow, we know that the public wants it. We know that we have this conversation every single year. How do we get to that? What can we do to get to that? And I think that was the direction of the council last year. That was the direction of the voters last year. So let's make it happen. Let's stop telling us why it's not happening, and let's come up with creative ways to make it happen. Whether it's this year, next year, we need to get the rally back to Hollister on the 4th of July weekend. Thank you.
Yeah. First, I just wanted to say thank you for that convention, because that was extremely thorough, and I think it shows people the efforts you put in to really reach out and what it all takes. It's not just, we can't do this, you reached out everywhere. I mean, that list was exhaustive, and I appreciate having all of you give input, especially city attorney, because, you know, for me, it's like, when you're being told by the city attorney, there's risk here, especially, you know, if we should decide to ignore her and, you know, go ahead, then that puts us all on the hook. It's a city on the hook. Same thing, you know, the chief of police telling us it's not safe. So how can we look at it? And everyone's right. This has been going on for several years now. And yes, everyone likes the idea of the rallies, of the reality of the rally is that it's not working anymore. This model doesn't work, as the city manager said. I love the idea of Councilman Burns and others to reimagine it. and we think that, and I think part of what we were trying to do with that advisory we had was to see if we could get people to move off of the 4th of July, because that, it's not only that we are short-staffed, but on the 4th of July, you know what happens, and the police and fire are both extremely busy, and I'm sure that's happening across the state, so you know, rethinking it, reimagining it, I think rebooting the ad hoc to do those conversations around what it could be, instead of burdening the staff to meet every week to figure out how can we make this happen. I just think that if the council wants to do something like that, I would be supportive of, you know, rebooting the ad hoc and having like, you know, those conversations around where to go. So, it's all about. All right, so we don't. We direction from us, or?
Yeah, so we need some form of direction from council. It sounds like take it back to the drawing board, maybe bring back something reimagined. Maybe it's the fencing in that high security company. We can bring back those kinds of options if council would like to.
I think we're more thinking of the ad hoc of having the council kind of get together and work with whoever else to sit down and talk about options. I think
More minds, of course, make it, you know, more ideas, maybe something we didn't think of, so.
I mean, what do you all feel? Any thoughts?
If I can. My only concern is the time constraint. Again, I think it's more efficient to have these conversations first, so I like the suggestion of bringing it back with the suggestion of security and the fences, and let's have that conversation here as quickly as you can.
What are those thoughts? What would you like to?
I think if we're looking at what is from a risk and liability perspective, we've heard from subject matter experts that they've literally looked under every single law in the entire state, and there isn't any law enforcement personnel that could help us carry this event in a safe way. That was one thing that I heard very clearly. Number two is we are running out of time, and so we are looking at potentially, if we are going to go the bike rally route, is looking at it next year, but having conversations right now about what does that look like, and not only limiting it to the bike rallies, looking at other options and have that conversation with the people that really care about the bike rally, what does it mean to the city, and what does it mean to them financially, but what else can that be? Can it be anything else? Does it have to be on 4th of July weekend? So it sounded to me that we were not going to pursue the bike rally. It sounded to me like we were going to try and be open-minded and reimagine what we can have in the city, or maybe giving it to a nonprofit. But those conversations that we're going to start having now for next year, not for this year. But that's what I think.
Exactly. Also, I mean, I agree. I said if we're gonna push for a topic like this, then to me it's like there's no rush in this. And in fact, you know, we're starting early for next year. You know what? But at least this way we can get all the information. I mean, seriously, because we can't rush a decision like this. The other thing is, Tina was just telling me that for biker rally. Was that here? Anyways, but you know, there is options out there. You know what, if we can have not just for the biker rally, but for other events too, that we can move forward with and we can adopt to our culture. No, I'm good, I'm good.
I do. One thing I do, and we talked about this again, the vice mayor is correct. I think maybe we send 1 or 2 council members to a rally to experience the event and really look at it, and maybe send our team or send the captain, whoever wins rock, paper, scissors, and let's do a real look at it and see what they did right, what they don't do well. Again, we're a small community. I just don't know what they're doing in Florida is really germane to what our responsibilities, our obligations, and our opportunities are in California. I mean, it's a big thing, but it's an unknown. We talk about it, we speculate about it, but none of us have facts about it. And so It seems to me we just did something with council recently to address the cost of going to do things like that. And I think a little bit of knowledge is a good thing. And so I would encourage us to go look at those. And look at the next one that's available to see, and try and figure it out a little bit more. So, and I do like the idea of reinventing the motorcycle rally. That'd be my preference. But also understand that maybe we do an asparagus festival, or I'm just thinking out of the box, because I know the olive thing took off, and then for whatever reason it kind of went away. Maybe it's time to bring back the olive festival. I don't know, but we have an opportunity, and I don't want to see it lost. Is out of sheer frustration, and sadly, I think we probably do fully tapped for the rally this year and move forward. Thank you.
One quick.
Yes, thank you. Really quickly, I think you mentioned Brigantine Park. One of the things that was briefly mentioned in the slides is if you have the event somewhere else, you eventually will end up with two rallies. The people still want to come downtown. They will still want to, so you'll end up Brigantine Park, releasing for Brigantine Park, which you could use a lot of security there. This is just a park, but then you'll end up with more people downtown as well. And it's when it comes to comparing ourselves to other cities, other events, Daytona is a huge city, has a large entertainment district. They're catering to this, they're catering to tourism. They're set up for this, the way they shut down the streets. It's more efficient. They do this all the time, not just for motorcycles, but events throughout the whole year. I think that if we want to compare ourselves to other agencies, Williamsburg, Florida's Bike Fest is the city's the closest size to our city. And it's I believe a 2 or 3 day event, might be a 2 day event over the weekend. That would be the one that I would recommend that if staff or city manager wants to go. It's on April 26th.
My birthday is the 28th, I say.
Right around the corner.
Fire up the bike.
And then the issue is with the fencing and all that, at that discussion, there's a lot of details and all that, and I would really recommend an ad hoc committee, because we can go into the weeds and give you all the pros and cons, into all the different things that we're thinking about. It would take a long time to discuss the pros and cons of every one of those things. And lastly, we talked about a nonprofit for years. The rally was run by her. It was a Hollister Independence Rally Committee. It was a nonprofit. They tried it for a couple of years. And it wasn't successful. They stopped. So over the last 24 years, it's been tried several different ways. And I think it's a good idea to go try to reinvent it and see if there's a different way we can do it. Because as the city manager said, the way we've been doing it, it's just not the resources there to support an event like that. And whether you move it to another week or not, it's not going to change the fact that these agencies don't have it. They don't have the resources to help us, and that's what they're saying. And I don't really see that changing anytime soon. I'm hoping for the pendulum to swing the other way, and if we're starting to see that, but I think it took years to get here, and I don't think it will take years to get out of this.
Thank you so much. So 2 things. I think we should make a decision tonight, yes or no, this year. That's just my opinion. And then I was gonna say that, yeah, we should all have the opportunity to go. We talked about this before. We never pulled the trigger on that. Everybody should have the opportunity to go. And then I was gonna say, for you guys, well, I think both of you should at least go, maybe even additional staff. I'm not one to take trips and this and that, but I think it's an important investment. Because it could potentially become something like I'm not saying what they tell it, but towards that, right? So whatever you guys think, as long as you think that we can get something of value from where we're going, and if it's on the 26th, I just checked my calendar's open, fine, let's go. And let's just set it in stone and let's do this, okay?
So, if I heard correctly, I've heard several, majority say, I know that, so that's one direction, one, and in direction 2 is let's pursue that, and, I don't know about it, probably that's what you think about, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, ad hoc, I think is something we could get started now and start.
I'm all for that. As far as April 26th, my birthday is 2 days later, yeah, let's go. Or not. I mean, it's like, I don't know, I think that's kind of conflicting though, because we were complaining about sending our mayor and vice mayor last year to training, but yet we're going to spend money for a bike dog to see if potentially we can make something out of this. So, me, I'm not against trips. I think, there's so much to learn out there by talking to people, especially where these events are happening, where this, Chief, what you say, I forgot which rally you said.
Leesburg, Florida, like that.
Yeah,
It's a 3-day event.
and it's, what's the population?
Oh, last time I checked, there was around 50,000. I'm not sure right now. I can look at it.
Yeah, because I mean, no matter where we go to look at it, if you're not finding a place that has, most of these places have been built for this type of rally. We're having a rally built right into our city, so it's always going to be hard to compare that unless we have an event space. But I just my 2 cents.
What I thought was just, I know that I do going out somewhere and seeing around. I just think of Zoom and, you could meet with, so the rally of Zoom, several of them about costing to do it now to get data. I mean, I'm sure they would share how they do their rally, how they do security, what is their, like, I mean, I think we could turn information for news as well.
And Casey, we went to, Captain Olson and myself went to Leesburg, Florida several years ago to look at how they did that. It's a population of about 30,000. And they did their role dramatically different than ours. The city council was actually a non-profit committee as well that runs the rally, the same board members. And if anything's changed, it's been a few years since we went. The city charges parking for all the parking is the city owned. They make money on parking, they make money on beer sales. And the city keeps all that money and they use the profits to run their recreation department. At least that's what they did back then. Back then they were looking at about $300,000 to $400,000 profit, and that's what they would use to run their recreation department. Don't know what the numbers are right now, but the chief of Leesburg actually came down to visit our rally and see how we did things. Several years that they had the luxury of their outlaw motorcycle gangs being at key city shows. The last time I spoke to him, that had changed, and then they were doing the same model that we did here, having the officers walking together because of that conflict, that potential for violence back then. They did change it to what we were doing here. Now it's been several years since we've been back there, and I haven't stayed in contact with the chief over there. But it's something that we can do over the phone, get information from him. If he's still there, him or her, whoever the chief is, we can reach out to them and try to get more information, see what's changed. But it is the rally that is the most similar to what we do here in Hollister, what historically, and that would be the one that I recommend. If you do want to go or send someone there, that would be the closest one to what we try to do. And it would be very competitive to Sturgis or anything like that, because that's dramatically different from what's happening.
Right, so just because it's 10:22, so is there 10 o'clock deadline that is to move forward or not? Can we, if we're gonna appoint an ad hoc, maybe do so. I'm not opposed to people going. I think that there's an opportunity to go and special and make appointments with those folks that have those conversations. I'm fine with that. I do appreciate that we did look at the policy so that people have that flexibility to look at mandated versus non-mandated training. So I don't think it's come back to the city council for approval. So that's still an item that, from an administrative perspective, I'm not sure how we're gonna make this.
From the administrative perspective, we would have to look at the existing balances of those who want to go. Because we have a balance of, each council member is our view about that. It is your own council set policy, so there could always be an opportunity to relatively your policy regarding make a budget adjustment.
So I'm in favor if there's an opportunity to go this month. I think if all want to go, not letting any of the grant. But I think whoever wants to go from either from city staff or city council, they should have an opportunity to go.
I agree. So to confirm, I've heard consensus on no for this year, travel for council members and staff, I'll work with staff that have interest in going, as well as an ad hoc. And we would bring the ad hoc back, having their members, so we would bring back an ad hoc item that you guys could discuss membership.
So since I didn't get consensus, so we can finish our last items. So there's stuff, okay, thank you. Sorry, it's a little late, this one off. Okay. So our first item is informational report, McRae Street closure presentation.
South.
So.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, William by Public Works Director. Now we have a presentation on a report for the McRae Street situation, I guess that's what we call it. That's all. So,
Yeah, we're trying to find. Yeah, that's right.
I do have our acting city here to assist me with any technical questions. So we have a little bit more history on this, on how we got to where we're at.
No, it's kind of goofy the way Zoom does this.
Okay, here we go. So we have a project overview. We've got some challenges. We've got a couple of different challenges for this area. And then we'll discuss the road vegetation issues, and then we have a few options and alternative solutions. Then we'll be seeking some direction from council tonight on which way to move forward. So this is a project overview, and this is Park Street and McRae Street, where McRae Street intersects with Park Street, the Hollister Farms area, the commercial development that is taking place there. And the portion that we're talking about, the portion that's now closed off is right about the top middle of this photograph, right above where it says existing Hollister Farms North Phase 2. That's the section just to the left of where it's half marked off. So the approved tentative map envisioned closing McRae Street. Here, I'll go back here. It's easier to see while I'm talking. Closing McRae Street, which is what has happened, but also taking Gibbs Drive across what used to be the railroad tracks and intersecting with Prospect Avenue to try to alleviate the traffic congestion where Prospect and Park come together and McRae and Park come together. It's kind of an odd intersection there due to the prior railroad tracks that used to go through there. Then the complications arose during the collaboration between the city and the developer. So this portion of the street that is now blocked off, that's not being used, was tentatively going to be
taken into part of that development. So that was going to be part of that commercial development there. And then we were going to get an easement across that railroad property to connect Gibbs to Prospect. But we had some problems in the roadway dedication between McRae and Prospect, that property, that the former railroad property. It's not owned by the railroad anymore. It's owned by a Delaware corporation, where a lot of corporations are located. Despite attempts to collaborate with the new owner, no cooperation was received with the new owner to try to get that easement across that property. Here's the approved tentative map. So inside the circle, you can see Gibbs Drive, and you can see where it goes across from McRae over to Prospect. That's what was approved in the tentative map. And then the portion in pink there is a portion that's closed now. There you go. That's the portion that is closed now on the other side of Park Avenue, that is actually part of the commercial development on the other side of Park Avenue. That's what was going to happen to this portion, but it didn't happen because we couldn't get the right of way going over the in 2020 and 2021, the city did try to contact and acquire the roadway easement, as I mentioned. Options like suing the owner or taking the needed right of way were considered too expensive at the time, so they weren't taken any further. A roundabout was explored to accommodate a 5-legged intersection. So if you could imagine there at the end of where it's red, marked out in red, in that intersection, it would be 5 legs: Prospect Avenue, McRae Park, and then the McRae Street on the other side. Yeah, over there. So there would be 5 legs for a roundabout, but that too requires a portion of that property that used to be owned by the railroad. Due to safety concerns and the inability to secure necessary rights, the city approved the closure of McRae Street without the Gibbs Drive connection. That's one of the issues we're facing now. You come down McRae Street thinking you're going to get to Park Street or Park Avenue, and you can't get there because the road's closed. So a lot of people turn left on Gibbs, and then they go down and turn right and go through the parking lot of the business that's located. It was deemed necessary to address safety concerns, particularly regarding the proximity of the intersection to Prospect Avenue. So this is Google Earth screenshot of what it looks like now. So you can see the development on the right hand of the picture, and that portion of McRae Street is, yeah, right there is what's actually closed now. That was going to be part of that development, but it is. So that's the portion that's closed. You can see Gibbs up on the top part of the picture. That was what's supposed to go across over to Prospect. And the reason it's closed is you have traffic coming down McRae Street going southbound, and they get to Park. They want to turn left. You've got traffic coming across from the other intersection. You've got traffic going the other way. You've got traffic coming there, people turning left, people turning right. It's really hard to control. So it was decided to close that off as the best for safety options. So here's some of the options. One of the problems is the section is about 38 feet wide, the actual street from curb to curb, including the sidewalk on the east side. And this limits the possible uses, and it is about 400 feet long. Well, one thing we could do is provide a parking area, but it's too narrow for a turnaround. So if you went down there and parked, to turn around and come back, you'd have to make a 3 or 4 point turn instead of having a traffic loop at the end where you can just turn one. Then we would need to provide through access with the right turn only if you were going southbound. But then you come into the same problems, people turning right on the Park, jumping across 2 lanes of traffic to try to turn left on Prospect. We could turn it into a strip park with benches and a shade structure possibly, or any of the shoppers in that area to take a break, something like that. We could turn it into a food truck court. There's been discussions about that. Possibly with bollards on each end. Removable bollards, we could let the food trucks in on whichever day it is where we let them in.
They could park on both sides of that street, and then the middle portion of the street could be where all the people line up to get the food served from the taco trucks. Then we could take the bollards out on the other end and have them come back out onto the park and turn right turn only, something like that. Or we could possibly look into condemning the railroad property, the former railroad property, to extend Gibbs across to Prospect. That does nothing to address the vacant area. That helps handle the traffic situation, but it doesn't really do anything to address the area that looks wide at this time. We could also look into, and I didn't put it on here, but we could look into pursuing the roundabout, possibly studying to see if a roundabout will work, but that again, that would be a huge cost. It would be a 5-legged roundabout, and that would still require obtaining some of that property from the road property. So I'm here for any questions we can have.
Thank you. So if we were to pursue this, I love the idea of a food truck court in my mind. And so they tend to operate in the afternoon, probably from lunch until 9 or 10 at night, typically. What would it cost to put lighting up on a temporary basis and then maybe a permanent basis? And maybe if you don't have that information, I know.
Yeah, I don't have that information, but it shouldn't be too hard to gather that information.
Okay, yeah, I just absolutely love that idea. And so, I'll save my comments for my comments. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so I don't disagree with Councilmember Burns, but I think that the biggest issue we're looking at is that people go down there and they hit a dead end and then they gotta go through the parking lot. And then even then they're going around it like this. And even then, to make matters worse, when you're coming out of TJ Maxx / Touch Bros, they will ignore the medium or get around it to go to Quick Quack instead of going down. Like there's a lot of issues there. So I think that's the biggest concern is like, how do we address those unsafe traffic conditions? I don't disagree with the council member about putting food truck. I can see that being very viable, and I think there's several ways to do that. How do we address the engineering? Yeah, it's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, I think we would have to do a study on it to see what options are feasible, not just for this intersection, but for that whole area. Because if you change this intersection, it affects other intersections, either upstream or downstream.
So then, I know we're not taking comments or whatnot, but I think that would be my recommendation. Let's start at the root cause of the problems there.
Other questions?
So, in the report, it says options like suing the owner or taking the lead right of way were considered too expensive at the time. How much was that at that time?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but that it would involve a lot of attorneys. And we know that those aren't cheap. I did attempt to contact the current owner. I did a Google search and I found a company that's based in New York, but they have an office in Sacramento. And I was able to contact them via email. I called them, nobody ever answered the phone, but via email and telling them that I was trying to reach the property owner. And they said they were an agent for the property owner and they would forward my request to speak with them, but there was no guarantee that they would respond to them. But so we do at least know how to potentially contact them, but we're not guaranteed that they'll contact us back.
Thank you.
Just curious, do you happen to have the name of that lawsuit?
I think it's Tiger. I should have written it down. It's Tiger something LLC.
I don't have any further questions, but do you have public comment?
Yes, Mayor Casey, there are currently 2 speakers for this item. The first is John Noble, followed by Ellie Smith.
It's Tiger Maine LLC.
It's interesting, every time I come over to the city council meetings, I find all kinds of things to talk about, and I really plan on talking about. So, yeah, I saw that on the agenda, and I realized that, that's an issue. I've been there many times, and I don't think I've ever entered that, shopping area without doing some sort of illegal maneuver to get there. The Park Street is divided, so you can't make a left turn off of Park Street into there. There's not that much traffic. I don't really understand the issue with it being unsafe because of traffic, but I think it's much more unsafe the way it is with that divider in the road and that intersection and the closed McCrae Street. The divider was gone, and McCrae Street was open, and that goofy prevent you from making a U-turn at the between Park and McCrae wasn't there. It would seem like the road would be much safer than the way it is now. It's awful. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elliot Slims.
Okay, Chief, right, so I am guilty of making illegal turns, going the wrong way. I go down McCrae Street and then I realize, oh, I forgot it's closed. And I gotta go down by the diabetes center, go through the parking lot, then I can't take a left, I have to go to right, then I have to make a U-turn, and then I'm gonna get my car washed and I have to go to the light to go make a U-turn to get into the car wash. It's ridiculous, you know? I think it's worse than Lad Lane when it was the crooked road or whatever. I mean, good grief. There's gotta be something that can be done. It just, even, I don't know who came up with the idea that you were gonna have one road and you're gonna have a medium, and you can't, if you're going east, you can't take a left to go into the car wash and whatever else they're building there. There's no left-hand turns. So maybe that's not something that needs to go back and get evaluated and find out why they decided to do this. Otherwise, you have to go to the light and make a U-turn. And then, you know, there's all that chaos. But what is it with this one property owner? There's got to be a way to get in touch with them. You know, I mean, I know that Mayor Casey is going to have her legalese experience putting out there, going do whatever. It's not impossible to find out nowadays who owns what and how to make contact. And that property was going to be part of I know that the corporation called Hawkins, I can't remember what you're calling them right now, but the Hawkins Company, so that they give it back to the city. So it was given to them, it was going to be part of theirs, and now they gave it back. So there's an exchange of property if it was going to be part of it. And then if you're going to have food trucks, which may be a great idea, I don't know, then where's the parking going to be? You're going to have people. The parking is now going to be, the food trucks are on that strip, but then the parking is for the people is going to be in the parking lot for that dialysis place. Because there's no other place, and you can't, there's no parking. There's a senior citizen complex, then there's the school, then there's parking over there. So now you're gonna have people walking across the street. There's really no crosswalk there. So there's a lot of things to think about. I think that your public works person has a lot more work to do than what is out there, what we just saw, because it's chaos out there. And I'm not the only one, obviously, that does all this illegal stuff, but it's just was not properly planned correctly.
Thank you. And those are all the public speakers for this item.
Let's bring it back to some further discussion.
Sure, yeah, I agree with the speakers, and we just need to get engineering. I don't even know if we need a traffic study. We need to get engineering out there. We need to come back with some type of traffic calming solution that's gonna help. Because there's not just, it's not just a closed road, there's a number of issues with the median there, coming out of the diabetic center, going in the diabetic center, and it is a little chaotic, to be honest with you. That's from my own personal experience.
Yeah, I believe it needs to be gone through. I don't even understand why we got to this point, why wasn't the property. I don't even want to go backwards, but it doesn't make sense to me that we're gonna climb the street And later on, we'll buy it from the people, but we're gonna develop everything else, so it doesn't make sense to me. But, you know, the other thing besides, foodie trucking thing, they're looking for a safe spot for, homeless items, or a safe spot for the unhoused that are working. It's a good spot for them. Not safe, is it safe park?
Safe parking.
Yeah, and there's other options out there. We do have some city properties that's put into good use. Before I've asked previous, it was during the last city managers with rain. But the answer I got from them and engineering was, well, they can just go through the parking. The Park Street to Gibbs to parking lines. That's what I got from staff. And it's like, you know, I just like, I knew this was coming, So there's a lot of options we can use. You know, like, we got lemons, let's make lemonade.
I can shed a little bit of light on some of the questions. The bus coming to quick track as they're heading toward 25. Before the meeting was installed, there were people coming to the council meeting complaining about how dangerous that was because people come off of 45 at 35, 40 miles an hour, and there's not enough room for them to see somebody making a left turn. The median was a solution to that. Same at the other end with the new McRae Prospect intersection to prevent people from having conflicts coming out of those driveways. The median was extended there too. There is a median in the mid block that gets you to TJ Maxx and Dutch Brothers right there. There will be a mirror on the other side of the street. It just has not been built yet. That will connect everything on the north side of Park Street via a driveway that can be made left in and left out of. So there's also what's going to happen is that driveway will go and connect us to Gibbs as well, kind of near the elbow, where it turns right now. That's just something that hasn't been built yet. We're plan checking the improvements that are proposed in there right now, so that will help at least provide a left turn as you're eastbound on Park. It will allow a left turn to get you to quick track.
So are you saying that this was planned this way? You guys planned it this way?
The traffic study that was done, I can't remember who did it. It was done a while back, but it called for this to happen.
So we have a different company doing our traffic study than the people that are doing our traffic study now.
Yeah, I believe so. I can't recall who did it. This thing started, the planning for this started, I don't know, 8, 7, 10 years ago. So yeah, I wasn't involved. I will also say that there was talk. There was a desire to have people use 25 more than the city streets as far as access goes too as well. So that's the median's kind of helped to promote people. The McRae Street, the Gibbs connection was supposed to alleviate the issue of people southbound and McRae trying to get to the shopping area, whether they're going on the north side or the south side. And the issue with the right of way, being able to get the right of way was just killed that. Now the right of way of the area, the part of McRae that's closed was never relinquished by the city. So the city has owned it. It still owns it. It never was given to them because of the fact that we couldn't get the punch through to make Gibbs connect to Prospect.
So here's I was understanding that the way this worked out, it was planned a certain way, but you know, things happen. So, okay, so, I'm sorry, you said something about Park Street and something that hasn't happened yet.
So,
could you just?
On the north side of Park Street, the shopping area on the north side of Park Street,
Bring the presentation back up and put a map up on screen.
The middle part of the block is not developed. The middle part is not. That is going to get developed with more restaurants. A new driveway that's going to mirror the driveway on the south side, and so there will be better through access to the north. But there'll also just be better access from Park to be able to make a left turn into the north side of the.
So it addresses that, but it doesn't really address that.
Well, that's the whole thing about allowing people to turn left near 25 or near the intersection. You're going to create conflicts. There's going to be issues. There were issues a couple of years ago before that median was installed too. And so I'm not sure that that's a solution that we really want to look into because it's awfully close to a fast moving road.
So, Vice Mayor.
Real quick, I was just gonna say, Mark, I'm a visual person. Everything you're saying, and especially at this time of the night, can you just bring it back and show us what it would look like, completed, not completed, different options? Is that something you can do? Not
Yeah, well, okay, so look up in the box, in the square, you got.
smart. You said that there were some things that were gonna be built that are not built out.
Yeah, yes, I'm showing you on this, if you look where the, it's very hard to read, but you can see in the middle of yeah, right in there, there's a road that goes, that's the driveway, the hand circling around a driveway that is not yet built. That driveway will be left in, left out. It mirrors the driveway that is on the other side, that gets you the Dutch Brothers and the boot barn and those things. So it's the one, if you pull off and you wanna go to Smash Burger, you go past the median, you make a left in there, and then you go back past the Dutch Burger, the Smash Burger, right? That's how you do it. Well, when you're eastbound, in the future, there will be a driveway on the other way that will allow you to make a left turn and you'll go in. And
dirt mound, the one at the dirt mound right now.
It's gonna be exactly opposite of the one on the south side. Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that.
So Mayor, maybe what we could do, it'd be helpful is we can come back with some renderings of what it looks like built out, so it's less imagining, more just visual. But I think regardless of when that's done and what that looks like, we still have that area.
Yeah.
Right, and so that was the original focus that we got asked to bring forward. So as we look at solutions, is there more of a desire of the council to use that as a roadway and try to work that in and get to a you know, a five-legged or other alternate solutions? Or is there a preference to activate that space? Knowing that, I mean, I don't know what the cost of a five-legged roundabout in right there, but I'm sure it's not cheap. So I think, you know, our original intent was, hey, there's that weird space and everybody's pulling around, can we do something there? And so we're happy to bring back something that's a little more robust. Excuse me, envision that.
Because I brought it, because I was getting so many calls and contact from people who are, the circulation issue is, you know, I'm afraid getting caught there and then having to either go through a parking lot or go back around and come back that way. But so that's one issue, but the other was the blight, the graffiti that's going on, the piles and the, you know, over the things. And so those were the two big concerns, but also some kind of solution. They're asking, can't you open it back up? Is there a way to do something so that we can get back out, you know, and continue on. So those were the things that we brought up. But yeah, I think we definitely need to do something. I don't think leaving that there, you have to create some other kind of circulation. It's still there, it's still blood if we just leave it. So yeah, look at some options for doing something with that. But,
Why can't we just open it back up?
that's fine too. That's what I'm saying, is do something with it.
Yeah, if we opened it back, that's what I'm understanding from the engineering team, we'd have to do some improvements in that area because we put it right into, you know, it just is feeding you into a bad spot right there. You know,
There's like a trap that feeds you into a trap, and you're like, where do I go? Yeah, so,
and I think, I mean, as staff, we're gonna continue to pursue the original intent of punching that road through and get it onto the other side. I think that needs to be done regardless. So we're gonna put the heightened energy on that.
One thing I'll say is if we try and open this back up, there's a medium there now that would prevent left turns unless somebody does an illegal turn, you know, okay. But then if you want to come down here and go westbound, fine, you make a right, but even that's real close to another intersection and the two lanes of that intersection. Most people may want to make a left turn, and if you do that now, you're in a very short term, you're going to be jumping away in the traffic to get over there. And that I specifically spoke with one of our traffic engineers, and he did not recommend it. So it's a challenge in the southbound direction. So.
The other just comment that if we're going to bring it back and have some talk about it is if the city attorney could give us an idea of what would it cost to challenge another Friday to get on with that property. Is that give us more work with them to describe ways and things. So You have anything else?
I do, sorry.
Yes.
So you're saying punch through, you're punching through Gibbs to Prospect, from Gibbs to McRae to Prospect, is that what you're planning to do? Well, that seems like the most simplest solution,
That was the original, that was the second original.
because when you're strapped, you can get out through and then go to Prospect and then go over to, that seems like it's the
Gets you
safest,
down to
most
the
simplest
intersection.
solution.
Correct, and you could make a left or a right when you make it up there, whereas right now you cut through the parking lot.
Yeah.
And.
Yeah, that's
And, yeah, and we have I mean, right now, there's not a lot of activity in that parking lot. When that area gets activated, it's gonna be even more of
And
a
there's a
nightmare.
school right there too, at certain times of day, so it's very active, so.
This is the approved tentative map solution for the whole thing way back. And that's the punch we request.
It's just, nobody wants to go all the way down there and then go all the way back, that's the problem, right? So they go to through that. I think the easiest thing is just punch through.
Alright, so do we have enough as far as this item for completed? Yes. Okay, let's move on to the committee assignments. Councilman First, do you have anything? No. I didn't see, I can see that. Councilman Miles, do you have anything? Councilman First?
Thank you.
So the only new report I have is, I did attend the county's economic development committee, meets periodically, and it was interesting because we had received a presentation from a new group that came out of there were these listening sessions that Benita went out with various topics, and one was around tourism, and out of that, a new 501c6 nonprofit is being formed. It's a tourism bureau, and it's going to call Visit San Benito. They've already joined the Visit California Bureau as well as Central Coast Tourism Group, so they're getting up and running. And it's pretty exciting since it's something that we've been wanting to focus on here. I think there will be eventually, as they're getting set up now, so they just did their initial presentation, but I'm sure we'll be seeing or hearing from them at some point in the near future. So stay tuned on that. And that's all I have for committee. For the council reports, Vice Mayor, we have a report.
Thank you. Just a couple of things I heard tonight. Can we get a local policy, at least explore the options for a local policy to ensure that we're giving preference to the locals for any affordable housing? I think that we can explore that. Zeke with the bike arrest. This is the second time in recent times that I've heard that a minor was pulled over and not wanting to give their name, and then the last time I heard it, they were handcuffed on the back of a police car. So I don't pretend to know all the details about what's going on. I trust in our law enforcement. But that does concern me that if we've got minors that don't want to give their names, what's the protocol? And aside from all that, I'll just let you guys deal with that. I don't want to get too involved in that. Other than I would like to see us waive the fee for the kid that got his bike taken away for $600 if we can. And then
I don't think that's even accurate.
okay, so we can probably talk offline about that. But the last thing is the ordinance to remove plastic bags. I heard that from somebody. I know that California has they're charging 10 cents or something for a bag, but if we can eliminate plastic bags, plastic straws in our community, I think we have the ability to do that. I'm all for that. So I'd like to see my colleagues with bring that back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one item. I happen to see that apparently not only does the police department do law enforcement services, but they serenade as the Easter Bunny as well. And I saw an article on social media. I don't know that I believe it, but if it's true that you guys put out Easter eggs with goodies in it, kudos to you. I think that's a great way to build public relations. And so whether it's the police department, the city, or the POA, great job. And so again, I just think you guys do an amazing job, and so I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you, man.
Councilman Evans.
I guess our topic is police. I wanted to talk police also. Police on motorcycles, police in cars pulling people over. Good job. You know, I don't know whether people give tickets or not, but I know that people get pulled over, and that is changed. It's making a difference here in our community. So I wanted to thank all the officers for that and for your staff and team. I wanted to bring up what I think that's getting involved with eliminating a fine or things like that, but we don't even know what's going on. It's ridiculous. When we don't even know what's happening. I am going to suggest, and I've already brought this up before to staff. We'd like to do some information about the skateboard park. I went out there and I call it part 2, where we have the metal ramps. You have the cement wall up front, and then you have metal ramps in the back. And then underneath those metal ramps, there's this asphalt that's outside, it's not even asphalt. The ground, it's sand, it's not like, it's you fall, you die on the skateboard, basically. And you know, no one goes back there to ride on it. I don't understand why it's like that, how it even got there, but I'd like for us to look at a way to try to fix that and find a solution. You know, I was out there and I was talking to the clients or the people using, our residents using those facilities, and you know, it's just not the 12-year-olds, 20-year-olds. There's a 50-year-old out there. It's like, I didn't know it keeps it balanced. Not skiing. But you know, it's neat. It's by talking with them too. It's like, you know, they want to work with the city. They want to police their own area. And I think that we might be able to find a solution to help them, at least when they fall, they don't die. So get them some type of asphalt, some shade, you know, it's just a couple of amenities out there. Also, the campaign contribution ordinance. Like to see when it's going to come back. I'm not sure where we stand with the study we're doing on a fee schedule. I hear a lot of complaints, and it's always about the permits are more expensive than everyone else's. What were we, when didn't we do an audit on our fee schedule against other cities?
Yeah, without getting too much into it, we had BIA provided a letter and pointed out that the cities that they surveyed,
that
they found that ours were higher than the ones they selected.
Okay. So I don't know if we need to check out ourselves instead of relying on other people's information. That's all I mean. Oh, the indigenous native event, they never came up, they were looking for financial support, they never said a number. Did anyone hear a number?
I don't know a bit more about it, I'll talk about it in a minute. So,
Okay. I'm interested in that.
nothing? Okay, just a quick couple things. What is the Native American Day? I have had some good conversations with Elvira as well as other leaders of this. And I went to it last year. It was a wonderful event at the high school, but it sounds like they're really growing it. And I know their goal is to make it free for everyone to come, you know, it's no cost, so everyone in the community can participate. I know she was talking about trying to raise $40,000, so I don't know what people are willing to contribute, but I said I was happy to contribute $3,000, $3,000 towards discretionary. I support this since it's a pretty big and growing community that so there's that. And I think it's in September, so there's some time. I think I heard Mr. Vogel talking about his historic home, the 1906 home, and some work he's trying to get done. It sounds like in the old days, the driveways were pretty narrow, and it sounds like he's gotten into a predicament with a neighbor, and it sounds like it's right on San Benito Street, so there's a benefit to getting the driveway also widened. He was talking about asking for some support, maybe having a permit fee waived. I'd be willing to support that. I don't know if the rest of the council feels, but I'd be willing to support that. And then the last item I wanted to bring up was the Poppy Jasper International Film Festival. It's starting up, and so I wanted to just let everyone know. So this festival features films, documentaries, and short films from around the globe. And it's taking place in Gilroy, San Bautista, and they're closing out their event here in Hollister at the Granada Theater. And their mission is to change how people see each other through film by promoting inclusion, championing diversity, and empowering all people, including people of color and women, and all those who've been historically marginalized, to tell their stories through film and digital arts. I did get to attend and watch one of the films last year. It was very inspiring. Anyways, it's going to be shown. There's going to be showings of different films on Saturday, April 13th, also on April 16th, and closing on April 17th. They'll all be at the Granada Theater. So if you want to learn more, you can go to their website to see the actual films. They'll be shown. It's pjff.org. So that's all I got.
So if I could just recap, I'm just going to go through the items that sound like any consensus. So Vice Mayor had a local policy for affordable housing.
Local.
Yeah, I mean, it would be exploring what we can do. I mean, if it comes back and there's,
Yeah.
if we can't, but it's very narrow, we would come back. Ordinance on banning plastic bags and plastic straws in the city.
May I say something? Because the integrated waste management, they already have, don't you remember the presentations there? They're already working on this. They're. Well, get your information, well, integrated waste management, so yeah, now they come do a presentation again.
So they're working on something.
Yeah, we can coordinate that with them. I can provide an update on that. I mean, we do is through that process, we actually contribute. It's a JPA through integrated waste, so we're actually paying part of their salary, so we can look and see what they're working on and make sure provide that consensus for that.
Yes.
For the skipped over for the bike arrest, there was a discussion about looking at the impound fee on that.
Just really quickly, it was unfortunate that he came and said the things that he said about reaching out to us. I seen the video, it wasn't as he depicted. These individuals were multiple times riding the bikes on the roadway, releasing traffic. And whenever you're contacted by police and you're cited, you have to identify yourself. If you don't identify yourself, you're going to do your chief.
So for this piece, it was. And I know there is
$600. I don't know what
that
that was
was
about. I think if anything, that might be the criminal charges, fines associated with if they're found guilty, because there is no $600 fee for getting this out. So I think that's what he said.
Yeah.
So if there's, I don't know where that amount comes from, but it might be the parents were told that that's if they're found guilty. So there's no way we can do it. If that's the case, but they have to be found guilty.
If I can, my understanding was sometimes we take possession of, let's say, transient property, and then we charge them for housing it. I was under the assumption that that was the case. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to have the discussion at length that the chief is wanting to have. Can we just look into if there's a possibility to raise the fee if we take possession of muscle for every that?
It doesn't do the way. If there's an impound fee, that's what you're talking about.
That's what I had thought.
There is no impound fee.
So we'll check and see, and then if there's an impound fee, if I have a consensus, we can do that.
Wouldn't that be best discussed in closed session?
I don't know if I could get that one in the closed session, and let me see the scope of what we're talking about before I answer that question.
Because I'm thinking I would actually like to have the chief do a confidential briefing on what actually did happen versus what's been presented here tonight was happening. And that could absolutely be part of that conversation.
Yeah, I'll work with Chief and Dave and see what the possibilities are.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Perez on the skate park, yes, we are looking at that area that you mentioned. We had a request to bring back the campaign contribution ordinance.
Yeah, they want a minimum. We have a minimum of reporting anything over the dollar amount. What were we talking about that? We never finished. What was that?
So it was something that I requested a while ago. It was policy on reset limits outside of the state FEPC. So we went from unlimited to 250 as in terms of the contribution limit, and then council also decided that anything that added up to $1 needed to be reported versus the FEPC requirements, which is anything under $99. Didn't need to disclose them in the component, etc. So that was, I'm not sure if it's an ordinance or policy, but that was what we asked to bring back a while ago. Councilmember Perez is looking for, one of those to be back.
I'll go back and review that.
Yeah, because I think.
It is an ordinance.
Yeah, it's part of the ordinance.
It is an ordinance. I don't personally recall that, but it is in the ordinance.
Do I have consent? As far as looking at the permit fees, that study work is underway. So thank you. We bring it up forward shortly. And then, Mayor Casey, you had what I thought I heard a $3,000 discretionary request to support the event that the public commenters spoke of.
I'd like to comment that I would, depending on the timing, I'm kind of tapped out. Thank you, council, for allowing me to spend all my discretionary money. But I would like to match that if it can happen.
I'll match
after the 1st of July.
Yeah, so what I would say to that is, the policy is active throughout, and then depending on where the budget is, we set the dollar amount as part of the budget process. If I remember correctly, it's sometime in September, so you could certainly, if we go dark in July, you could bring back a request and if around budget time, and we bring that on this.
Okay.
Seems like we would have plenty of time to support that.
What a great event. Thank you.
As far as the building permit on the driveway, if I have consensus, we can work with the speaker.
And also to make sure it's not a different public, it's still going to be different.
And that's all of the items that we have.
So do we have any other staff reports?
I just wanted to say that the reports of the district development officer Schneider is working with the district of Schneider. Yeah, they're fantastic job. And working.
Who's that?
Oh, you're really coming.
Okay, we're not to motion that to adjourn.
No.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Yeah.
Motion carries 5-0, meeting's now adjourned.